Recordings online. All right. Welcome back to our myriad of foreign viewers. Uh, actually, I looked into that the other day, and I have I think 18,000 views or something on my little 50-second clip from My Fair Lady, and no one is watching our episodes, so we're good.
Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
After a long hiatus, we are back once again in Tyria. When last we saw the Trollskull 6, they had traveled with Solvig, brother of Brina, to a kodan sanctuary high in the Shiverpeak Mountains called the Song of Final Exile. There they met up with Eir Stagalkin, the legendary huntress of the Norn people, who is currently trying to convince this group of kodan to share their knowledge of the world and their smithing techniques and their particular brand of divine magic with the Norn and by extension members of the Pact in their struggle against the Elder Dragons. To this end, she has enlisted your aid. After a brief discussion with the voice of the Song of Final Exile, the leader of this kodan sanctuary, you discovered that the claw of the sanctuary, the sort of physical protector and interpreter of their divine messages, has recently been slain, and they are in the midst of searching for a new kodan to ascend to that title. Until that role is filled, they can't really offer a lot of assistance. It's currently a process underway, but once that's taken care of, the voice has tasked you all with cleansing the honor of the waves, a floating kodan city far to the north in Frostgorge Sound, cleansing it of the corruption of the elder dragon of ice and snow. Before we left, you had spoken to one of the two hopeful kodan who were vying for this position of Claw. You spoke briefly with Silent Snowfall, a quieter, more spiritual and introspective female kodan who believes that danger is coming and her people must be prepared, but her philosophy of leadership for the Claw's position is one of more wisdom and patience, better to err on the side of caution sort of approach. After speaking with Silent Snowfall, she asked you that if you were to give your support to her in this contest, that you return that evening to kind of help her in a sort of guided meditation, to share that experience with her. Leaving her modest home, you made your way down to a small promontory that looks over a nearby cold glacial mountain lake, and you are just now approaching this sort of ritual circle surrounded by several torches, and on the far end, kind of overlooking this lake, there are two large braziers burning with a constant flame. As you descend from the sort of mid-levels of this town down to the lower edge that is overlooking this lake, and you approach this ritual space, you see that there are several kodan, kind of some sitting cross-legged, some standing with their arms crossed, some leaning on heavy, enormous mauls with heads that almost look like frozen blocks of ice impaled with their hafts. And they all seem to be standing in a kind of loose circle in between these standing torches, all looking at a single male kodan who stands in the center. And as you approach, you can see he's almost doing a sort of Tai Chi-like exercise, constantly in very slow but very methodical and precise motions. as part of these motions, as you get closer, you see, uh, rather than a gentle sort of bent wrist thing like we're familiar with from our world, this is a much more forceful and claw-oriented, a more martial and combative set of forms. As part of his movements, he periodically leans down and picks up one of these enormous two-handed mauls and incorporates it into the motions of this exercise. As you finally make your approach and you get within about 30 feet, this kodan slowly comes to a stop, bringing the hammer down in a more symbolic, striking motion, resting ahead slowly onto the ice and snow-covered ground. He waits there for a moment. You can see his massive shoulders. You remember these kodan are polar bear-like creatures, standing 10, 11 feet high, broad of shoulder, twice as broad in shoulders as even Barina.
There's a throwback.
There you go. It's been a minute. And there are quiet, sort of rumbling murmurs in the deep, almost whispery voices of the kodan as the others who are watching this nod in their approval. You see these big shoulders taking deep, slow breaths. And finally, the maul is rested on the ground as this large male comes to a standing position and then turns around and places his maul on the ground in front of him, hands braced on it, leaning slightly, chest moving slowly but deeply as though catching long, slow breaths from his exertion. And he kind of looks out over all of you.
Hello. I was told to expect you. I am Ice Raking. It is an honor to meet you.
Hello. Well, we're the Trollskull 6. Our reputation precedes us, I'm sure. We were asked, as you probably know, to just speak with you before the events of that are to unfold at a time I cannot remember.
The walk here was really long.
Yeah, it feels like months.
Felt like a month.
Do you have a few moments to come talk with us? Is there somewhere that you'd rather go than us outside of the ritual space?
He takes a deep breath and kind of looks around at his peers and nods once to each side. And you see just like 6 of them sort of standing hodgepodge around. Some of them on the ground get up slowly, these massive bear-like forms. The others pick up their weapons and nod to each other, and they all start making their way past you on either side, nodding politely as they pass. But he remains in the center. You see he kind of like shifts his maul off to one side, and then bracing one hand on it, slowly sits his bulk down onto the ground and crosses his legs, and he gestures in front of him.
Please, you may stand or sit as you prefer. This is as good a space as any.
DM question. How old are they? Like, can we tell, are Ice Raking and Silent Snowfall like younger than the voice? Are they like young adults, middle-aged, like?
Oddly, and especially you as a Sylvari, walking around this town, it's difficult to tell males and females apart. I've got some here pictured behind me, but they all wear very similar types of clothing and armor. Their voices are all very similar. There's very little individualization. I will say that now, as you kind of move closer to this particular kodan, you do see that there is like a wicked scar that runs from just above his left ear down to the corner of his mouth, like his sort of bear-like snout. And as you're kind of moving in, he takes an arm and kind of rubs across his nose, brushing some snowflakes off. And you can see as he does that, that scar continues as though he had put his arm over his face when he got it. And so you can see this single nasty scar. And you did not see markings of that kind on Silent Snowfall.
Gee, his nose must itch in battle.
As far as age or maturity, having never met a kodan before, it'd be very difficult to tell.
Okay.
So, Ice Raking, let's just jump right into it. Yeah, I mean, where do you see yourself in 5 years, would you say?
Well, one would hope defending my sanctuary as the Claw. But that will be decided at dawn.
Well, let me ask this way: if you didn't become the Claw, what would be next? What would be next in line for you? Where would you see yourself after that?
I would continue doing my best to protect our people. Until now, I've earned my keep as a hunter, providing food, hides, and other materials for the sanctuary.
Important for sure. Yeah.
I mean, based on our arrival and the friends you are hanging out with, it looks like you already command the respect of a lot of your people. What do you think the Claw should be? Like, what does a normal day in the life of the Claw look like, in your opinion? All of these job interviews.
A sanctuary's Claw listens to the voice and interprets the visions and omens that they have been sent by Koda. Koda speaks to the voice speaks to the Claw, and the Claw speaks to the sanctuary. It is also their responsibility to lead any expeditions to combat enemies of the sanctuary, anything that would threaten the lives of our people.
Who would you say right now is the sanctuary's biggest enemy?
In this region, there are occasionally large burrowing creatures beneath the ice, beneath the stone. They have taken many of my people over the years.
Sure. Yeah, can see how.
What do you feel like is the biggest problem for your people overall right now? Do you feel like you're divided, or are there things that you feel like your people have to overcome to move forward?
There are so few of us left. When we were driven south by the dragon and its minions, too many of us were lost. I worry sometimes that we may not be able to replenish our numbers. My people are restrained. We do not reproduce frequently like some of the younger, more fragile races. And you see he kind of like averts his eyes a little embarrassed, just a little bit.
Do you see this sort of bringing the kodan back and growing the population? Do you see that as like your goal possibly for the clan and the sanctuary? Like what would doing that mean to you?
What would doing what?
Like, essentially repopulating. What would having more kodan do for either him or the like community, essentially?
Well, it would ensure that our species continues. If enough of us don't reproduce, and if we don't have enough people in a given population, it could lead to our extinction.
I'm not. I wouldn't claim to be an expert on that sort of thing. Certainly not an amateur, but I do have some lovely bundles of dried sage that might help kick things off, if you know what I mean. I'm happy to. I will leave you a couple. I'll leave you a couple. Don't worry, and you can distribute them as needed.
Or not.
Right.
It's cool.
Yeah, don't take it. Bad idea.
What do you think? So you think these creatures beneath the ice are possibly the biggest problem that you're facing now? How do you consider that in relation to what's happened with the dragons, and what do you think needs to be done about that?
Well, the great worms are the most deadly and immediate threat to this sanctuary in this area. I hear Koda's call to combat Jormag and his minions. And I believe there are others in the sanctuary that would be more content here if they also heard it. My hope is that as the new Claw, I can lead my people against the minions of Jormag, though, admittedly, it is dangerous, and we have lost many already.
Yeah.
Even so, I think it is a risk worth taking.
And
Okay.
how do you view the alliance that is currently combating the dragons? Would you want to fight with us right away, or would you want us to prove ourselves first?
Voice has decreed that we cannot ally ourselves with any group or people until we understand that committing our energy and our effort in that direction would bear fruit. I agree with their wisdom.
I'm wondering how you reconcile your belief that, Coden is calling your people to combat, but you're also worried about the number of Coden in your population. It seems like risking those depleted numbers would contradict each other.
It is a difficult position, but I am confident in the strength of the Kodan and the power of Koda's flame. It is my philosophy that a claw of Koda must overcome all obstacles facing our people. My greatest fear is that though I feel as strong as the ocean, my strength may not be enough when faced by foes mightier than any I have encountered so far. I have never known failure. Until I learn humility through defeat, I won't feel that I have truly earned the right to become the Claw. He kind of looks over each of you with a very appraising look. And as his glance kind of makes its way from one into the other and starts to come back, it stops on you, Brina. And he says, The huntress speaks highly of you, Slayer. Perhaps you could teach me this lesson.
I can do this. Yeah, I mean, I can kick your ass if you. No, just kidding. That was a joke. Respectfully, I could kick your ass if you want. No.
See, he grins, and it's a little off-putting
Oh,
because
it's
it's like a
different.
grizzly bear smiling at you. Yeah,
Let's fucking go.
lots of teeth.
Rita's voice kind of trembles. As someone who has been humiliated a couple times in my personal triumphs and tribulations, humility is an important component, and I think it is wise to acknowledge that, especially if one wants to lead our already hasty people or nervous people.
Have a way that, like, how would you describe your
Leadership style.
Specifically problem-solving style? Like, how do you like to go about things? I know you have to listen to the voice, but then obviously you have to interpret and inform the people, and that in essence will guide them to action.
It is important to acknowledge the bias of one's own heart. In all things, the claw must consult with the voice and listen to the words and the signs of Koda. That being said, the kodan are powerful, and Koda is with us as long as we strive to maintain the balance. The minions of Jormag and Jormag's siblings upset the balance and must be stopped. The only way I have found to counter their actions is with force.
What do you think of Silent Snowfall?
She is wise, though I find her patience to be taxing at times. I believe there are moments when action is not only wise, but necessary and urgent. It is something we disagree on, but she commands my respect.
Do you think that now is that time to act? A lot of Silent Snowfall's wisdom is rooted in patience and pursuit of the balance, waiting to follow the voice's lead. But from your interpretations, do you think it is the time now? What would sway you to action?
That would depend on what the action was. I would not command my entire sanctuary to uproot itself and join a war. If you refer to the Huntress's request that we share our wisdom and our magic, I think this would be a wise course of action, though ultimately the voice will decide that.
Yeah, so you're supposed to interpret for the voice. What happens is the voice is just making shit up. You know, it didn't come from Coda, they're just spouting off whatever they feel like.
His brows furrow, and he sits for a good like 10-20 seconds, just kind of like sitting at this, looking in the snow contemplatively. And finally his sort of rumbling basso voice continues, and he says,
We don't often speak of it, but sometimes when a voice strays from the path, when the strain of their leadership and responsibilities weighs too heavily, they are inflicted with a condition that we call the rage of Koda. My people believe it is a divine test that Koda sends to the voice, and if they are unable to bring themselves back to the true course, then they are lost to us. If this voice were not speaking the truth about Koda's visions and Koda's words, we would know.
Is there like a similar thing if they feel that the claw is somehow straying too far and perhaps also potentially leading the clan astray?
To my knowledge, the claws are not subject to the rage of Koda. But that is largely because they must answer to the voice. It is something that weighs on my mind. Should I become the claw, I am predisposed to a more direct confrontation with threats to the sanctuary. I wonder if I have the wisdom to know when it is appropriate to lash out at our enemies and when it is better to seek counsel. I myself am unsure, but this is why the voice will decide who becomes the next claw, and I trust in their wisdom.
Do you think
Does
if
anyone...
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Do you think if chosen to be the next claw, you can heed the wisdom of others like Silent Snowfall and those who are more predisposed to seek counsel and wait? Take that into consideration in your decisions?
A good claw must. Silent Snowfall and I disagree often. But when we disagree, it is always civil, and we do respect the perspectives of the others, even if we don't ultimately decide to heed their advice.
Well, if you do seek a bit of recreational combat, feel free to reach out. I've never encountered a kodan before who would be willing to fight, and I do think it would be a humbling experience for me as well.
Very well. If you decide to support me in my bid for the claw, return here at sundown, and I will be waiting.
Wait, so did I understand that correctly? What you said before? You've never lost at anything in your life?
Yes.
He's like, yeah, I'm super good at stuff.
Wow. Fuck. Yeah, cool.
So how did you get the scar on your face? Was that just like a victory that came with difficulty, or?
Yes.
Ah,
It is
okay.
from an owl griffin hunt.
Oh, impressive.
Can I ask, Silent Snowfall told us what, I guess her sort of preparation, maybe ritual would be. But if we return here at sundown, what would we be doing?
He smiles his very toothy grin and stares at Brina and just says,
I hope this one will be teaching me a lesson in humility.
I'm gonna get my ass beat, bro. He's so tall.
Level 20 monk.
Yeah.
Stun.
Should we
Stun.
retire now? Go sit somewhere and
Yeah.
talk notes, everyone?
Yeah,
One
dude,
more question.
Oh, Kala.
What do you think about other gods besides Koda?
Fuck yeah. Existentialism.
It's odd with his sort of Ursine face, but like one side of his lip kind of curls up a little, and you get that it's like a smirk for them. And he just says,
With the greatest respect, I think that what other creatures worship as deities are misunderstood spirits or representations of different aspects of life, and perhaps even Koda herself.
I mean, it's not offensive to me. The Char have no gods. We
I've heard that
killed
about
ours.
your people.
I was
Yeah.
kind of wondering why you asked.
No gods, no masters.
Yeah.
Hmm.
My god, I guess is my mom? But I guess we don't really treat her like a deity. But she is? I don't know.
I feel like you have to unpack that sometime.
I've
Yeah.
been fascinated by the stories I've heard of your grove.
Quite beautiful there.
I do have
Very,
one more.
very, much more temperate than here.
So I am told. My people rarely journey from our high mountain homes. We are not,
And he kind of looks at his furry arm.
we're not built for warmer climes.
Yeah, there's a lot of shedding.
I do have one more question. We've kind of talked a bit about, where you see yourself and strengths and weaknesses, but in terms of, should you be made the new claw, there certainly sounds like some level of combat would follow, compared to Silent Snowfall. What would you say your combat style is? Is it like a front-on assault of just like overwhelming force, or do you like to beat them with speed, or what's your fighting style?
We here at the sanctuary, as in all things, practice a more balanced approach. We combine strength with flexibility and speed, accuracy with force.
So just good fighting. Okay, cool.
Generally speaking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's cool. All right.
A man has never lost a fight.
He's never lost, so I figure might as well get a tip or something. Fuck.
Once. Maybe
Just
I
get
need-
better, Birdie.
Oh, I don't. No.
Bird is already very good at what he does.
Yeah. My strength is not physical. Yeah.
Except in the bedroom. But don't.
We don't need to be.
Whoa, Dimitri.
Yeah, you don't want to get between these thighs because.
Oh, thank you, Ice Raking, for
Yeah,
your.
on that note, thank you so much.
As we walk away,
Rest.
I go to like just shake his hand? Question mark. Yeah,
He sort of like gives you an odd look, and
Bruh.
there's this dawning of realization. Oh, and he reaches out, and
And I do
have
the-
an opposable thumb.
the two hand thing, and I put two little sage bundles in his hand, and I
And I mean, this is like a massive, like this guy could palm a basketball.
probably look like-
probably,
like-
yeah. It's like 2 grams of cocaine in his hand.
yeah, but I've marked off 2 sage bundles, so.
All right.
Yes.
And I just give him a wink, and turn them off.
Didn't even like tuck him inside his very thick belt.
Should we convene, gang?
Yeah, we
I
should.
don't know where we
Yeah.
can we go somewhere there's not others?
Yeah. Let's go on a hike.
As long as it doesn't take us another month to get there.
I mean, or if you want, like, we can summon our own personal space, have that little pocket dimension.
I mean, we can probably just walk like
Wherever.
10 feet in that direction.
Oh, really?
Not
Yeah.
many people.
That's fine too.
It's
It
just
just
a
lasts for 24
conversation.
hours.
We
so.
can stay on this plane,
Hmm. Well, I was also thinking it had food and drink, and we could rest a little bit there until this evening. But yeah, we can just walk in the cold. That's fine too. It's not like we're in the frigid north or anything. It's fine.
As you guys walk away, you see that Ice Raking is still sitting cross-legged. He's kind of pulled his maul over onto his lap, and he's just sitting in a sort of meditative posture. As you begin to walk away, you kind of put some distance between you. You get about 60 feet back towards the town. The familiar shape of a large black dire wolf pads its way towards you slowly from the town.
Shorty.
And stops about 30 feet in front of you and just kind of sits and draws itself up to a sitting height and sort of gestures its head back towards the town.
Hi,
What is
Bubby.
it, Lassie? What is it, girl?
This is,
You're trapped in the old valley.
Person wants us to
now.
come talk to him again.
and it just gets up and turns and starts to walk back towards the.
Thanks, Gong. I think we're gonna go. I guess we got to go consult with Air. Do we want to do our own chit chat on the walk over? Because I trust Air with my whole heart and soul, but I also want to hear from you guys first. So
I would agree. I want to see where we're at with this before we go talk to anyone.
Think we can
Yeah.
talk on the way.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
talk
if we
on the
couple
way.
of
take a
minutes,
couple
for sure.
minutes. Air will be fine.
Maybe we can
If
just
we're
have
outside, we can.
maybe we can just have everybody go around and say like initial impression where they're leaning, Brina, yeah, sure, start us off.
Oh, okay. Oh. Whew. All right. Let's just kick it off. Ooh, this is okay. So I'm not really one for good decision making. I'm more just kind of follow the lead of whatever else we're cooking with. And I really do think Silent Snowfall is wise and her contributions need to be at the forefront. But I mean, how many more Icebrood and branded and specimens in the Crucible do we need before they decide that maybe they're up next? I don't know. And also, Ice Raking wants to fight me, and I do think I'm a little flattered by that. That's really cool. And I think it is easier to learn to be patient than to learn to take action. But that is my initial thoughts and impressions. Someone else go.
I kind of think they're both full of shit,
Oh.
but
Okay, well,
but it sounds
Pa's
like
got a great deal with leadership.
sounds like the voice gets to make all the choices. So I don't know if it really matters who the claw is, right? They're just supposed to pass the orders along.
Is it really just like a lot of bureaucracy kind of system?
Yeah, kind of another middleman.
I
That's
do
why I just
feel
go
like
with silent. I don't think anything really matters.
I think Ice Raking's gonna fight if the other Coda are like fight. But I don't know what Silent Snowfall will contribute if she's not the claw.
Think that what if the other Coda don't want to fight? What do you think Ice Raking would do? Like,
I mean,
keep
probably
the-
not fight. They just kind of do what they're told, right?
I mean, he said he would heed the word of his people when it came down to it.
But I guess it also seems that he has some sort of, I shouldn't say leeway, but he has his own agency in that he has to, in essence, speak for the voice. So, that does have a lot of sway with the larger population.
I mean, selfishly, self-servingly, Ice Raking said he did agree with Air's proposal. But it is not respectful of the kodan and like we can't force them to act. We can't, if they want to ally with us and provide resources, it has to be of their own accord.
Well, and it won't be the brain fart that decides it.
Claw.
Thank you.
Yes.
I wanted to say voice, but it wasn't the voice. It's the voice that decides. It's not the claw. The claw will just tell us. Again, yeah, the choice here. It's like choosing a president.
Your political nihilism is really, really depressing me there, Alexa.
When you look at it in the Great Alchemy, there's a lot of different things, just a bunch of cogs.
I like to play Dungeons and Dragons for escapism purposes, and you're really bringing me back to the next right now.
Just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Let me clarify. Whether or not the kodan share their magic and their smithing techniques with the pact depends on whether or not you can cleanse the honor of the waves.
Right.
Your choice of claw is really a more philosophical choice from your group about is the slower, safer strategy the better, or the shorter, more direct strategy. So that's really the choice that is before you.
Reflecting on past choices that we have made as a group, like the time we threw
Right.
into a hallway, might a bit indicative of our ideology, but
I guess I sort of agree a lot with Silent Snowfall. I don't think that she's like, she admitted that like when action is necessary, she will do it, but also that she just wants to gather the information that she can before she just goes headlong into something. And I think that's reflected by the pact right now. Like, they didn't just decide right off the bat to go like fight the elder dragons. They've been working for months and months on getting reconnaissance and lining up allies. Like, I don't think it's wise to want to just jump into battle. And he even said that he needs humbling, which I am somewhat troubled about. It seems like a strange way. It seems like a strange way to try and show off.
Yeah.
that's fair.
He wants to show off.
I think we call
but
that a
he's trying to do
humble
it in, like,
brag.
a subtle way. Oh, okay.
We usually just call it being a dick.
So, what do we do?
Well, what do the others think?
So, you look back at the tales and the ballads and stuff, and there's any number of historical lesson you can take from, rulers who were quick to action, or rulers who were so indecisive that they led their people to destruction, right? Short and sweet, I think whether we like it or not, we're at war, and we need a warrior. I don't want to be fighting with somebody who's going to come back with the half on, like, oh, let's think about it and see how it turns out. I want somebody who's going to come back with absolute destruction,
Just
That's
like
what
you
I'm
bring.
saying.
I guess it's also the difference, though, between making a decision without forethought and then making a decision and sticking to it through the end. I just certainly did not get the impression from Silent Snowfall that she doesn't follow through with things.
Yeah, I was a little worried that when hearing about Ice Raking, that he was going to be like a real brute,
Super rash.
And he didn't seem that way. I mean, he seemed calculated and measured, just very decisive on, you know, what he was gonna do. I don't know. I think either would be a good leader. Like, it's not a question of that. So.
They're both super qualified, which is good. Nobody's running for silly jokes or anything.
Yeah.
Galatar, what do you think?
I mean, I think it's just, it really is kind of like Bertie said, it's a philosophical choice. I mean, I think they would both be good claws. Honestly, I don't really see why we should be picking or helping them to choose. We don't really know their people very well.
Yeah,
I do want to see you kick his ass.
Yes.
But I would rather us kind of stay out of it and just watch you kick his ass, to be fair. So
I do kind of just want to do it for fun, less of a state. That's the thing, is I'm like, we're assholes. Like, I don't know if our wisdom will go too far, but I think it should reflect the will of the kodan people, like a democracy. The democracy.
mm-hmm.
Are we the electoral college?
I think the point of this is for us to show the kodan people what outsiders are like.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I mean, everybody loves the electoral college.
We're about to give them a terrible representation. This is not a good statistical pool.
I will say, I think you all brought that up with the voice.
Yeah.
And they said that ultimately this is an exercise to see what to make of you in a situation like this, like what your values would be.
Yeah.
But that ultimately it's the will of Coda that will decide.
Yeah, so we're not really making the final
which
decision.
translates into when these two guys go against each other for this, it's going to be a dice roll. Yeah.
The will of Coda.
Your decision on who to back will influence
give
how
them
goes.
a modifier.
Will influence what, Ryan?
How that goes.
I honestly just want to be a straight dice roll. I don't want any modifiers.
Yeah, I know. I don't want.
It'll be more than one. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Can we do both activities though? I don't want to not sit with her.
Is there anything?
One.
So we know we are probably more aligned.
I
as a
mean,
group with the way that ice raking is.
Yeah, but is
But
that
in
a
the past,
good thing?
Have we identified as needing to be more like Silent Snowfall? And has that sometimes been a better approach?
I don't know that we ever tried that approach.
No, we did when we were at Minister Zamon's house. I thought we did a really good job.
Well, we did a good job.
Right. Well, that's what I'm talking about.
You and me.
Yeah, but you also look at, other times, throw a grenade into a hallway, and it was a little messy, sure, but we turned out all right. We came out of the wash barely.
And we did.
Does the kodan necessarily have that luxury? Like, this is definitely more.
Yeah, they're not making many babies.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you want what's best for the kodan people, you probably go with Silent Snowfall. If you want what's best for the world in terms of combating the dragons, I kind of see Ice Raking being our guy.
Yeah, but this is about showing the voice that we're like good people. So if we do the selfish thing,
they're both good people.
It's kind of like a weird test of us, not them.
Like a reverse psychology.
Yeah,
Pick the one you actually wouldn't help you, and that will help you more.
So D&D right now. I love it.
These religious types like to be real tricky and mess with your head.
Yeah.
What if? Okay, I don't really know when our deadline to decide is. Kind of.
Well, I can see the building. We're walking. It's approaching rapidly.
No, but if one of us, if we went to the meditation, and then if we also, half of us went to kick ass, is that cheating? Oh!
Yeah, they're at the same time.
Yeah,
And I,
Yeah,
Do
but-
you have
for
any?
painting the picture, I will say you guys are now in town, and Garm has not stopped. He just walked on without you because you guys can just
Horrible.
follow his tracks. But you see like up ahead, he just turns and like looks at you and then walks into a building, and you guys have like stopped at this point and are just talking by yourselves outside. So you
He's done
take all
better
the time
than
you need, but
that.
that's what's going on.
Alexa, do you have any?
Yeah.
Like we haven't heard much from you.
Well, I mean, for Silent Snowfall, I think it's a good idea to wait and see.
Think that makes
Kala-
us about half and half, maybe.
Well, that makes us split
Yeah.
into sides because Kala and Galatad don't want to decide.
Oh no, I
They're-
think we should choose Snowfall, but I just do feel like they're both full of shit.
I'm so torn though because I do want to see Brina kick his ass.
I know that's a big reason to
I
It's a
mean,
vote.
that
very
doesn't mean
enticing
he won't
outfit.
necessarily get a
It's
chance
super
to fight
big
him later.
reason. Yeah, but he'll lose something for the first time in his life. Maybe by not becoming the claw, it is a failure for him, and that is therefore humbling.
Maybe he needs to be
Yeah.
humbled. Yeah.
That's true because I feel like Silent Snowfall already knows what she needs to work on, but she can get there without having her ass kicked, whereas nobody here can kick Ice Raking's ass. So you're really the only option.
You
Brina.
don't know if I can kick his ass or not. I'm pretty sure it's like a 70-30 chance.
Do you
I
even
can
know how
under-
numbers work?
Those are good betting odds.
I can see Silent
Hey.
Snowfall.
I can too.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
fine.
don't get me wrong. How we came to this conclusion is like, well, they're least like us, so probably better. That's actually not the worst logic now that I think about it.
No. And I mean, they've
Leading a
survived this
large group
long
of
for a
people.
reason.
What would you say, Mary?
Especially for leading a large population of beings and not just like 6 fuckers running around with weapons.
The only concern I have is the wait and see option. Sometimes we're not provided the luxury of time. And I just. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
she doesn't really get to choose. If Coda says go, then that's what they gotta do.
The voice will yell.
Yeah.
Ugh, the
Yeah, but I guess
freaking voice.
to what point does the claw like interpret the voice's message? Because we know that like they interpreted and then they're kind of the mouthpiece. So do they get to be like, oh, you said XYZ and that actually means this? Or do they just kind of have to repeat it verbatim? I don't know.
I get that much clarity.
I miss the days when leaders were chosen by Mortal Kombat. So much simpler.
I believe that's what we're about to witness, actually.
I don't think one of them dies, do they?
Wait, what?
I mean, it wasn't explicitly
their
stated that
population
one
can
of them
handle it.
lives. Like,
I don't like anything about
fair
this
enough.
choice anymore.
We'll see. I think I think
Yeah.
Silent Snowfall is everybody. Does anybody still really want Ice Raking? Once, twice, 3 times.
Fine.
Sold.
Let's talk to her and get her input. And
Indeed.
yeah. Go on! Hi, boy! Hello! He's already inside.
Yeah, he's already in a building. So you guys follow those tracks and make your way into this space. And it's a slightly larger building than the others. And as you walk in, you see that Air is sitting in a chair at a long table, kind of petting Garm's head with one hand, and in the other, she has a large wooden mug with something steaming inside of it. And as you guys enter, she looks up and says, "Good boy, thank you." Well, I was just going to check in and see how you were doing. Please, if you'd like to have a bit of something hot to drink and eat, you're welcome to share this table with me.
I get some orders.
Get a little cup of tea. Pull a sage leaf out. Drop it in. Swirl around. Give me a old.
And there's a little platter, a couple of pots of steaming water, and an assortment of sort of wintry teas. A couple of large plates of like bread and berries, and what looks like strips of cured meats. So, how did it go?
Oh, Air. Decision making is difficult.
She kind of leans forward. I know. I'm glad you came. Otherwise, I would have had to make the decision.
You're a real stinker for that one.
I know.
I think
Have
we
you
have.
decided who you'll support?
I think we have. what is best for us is not necessarily best for the kodan. And I think that we've discussed that the wisdom of Silent Snowfall could provide a guiding force for their people. Anybody else want to chime in?
I'm just curious if Air had a preference.
Yeah, I got offered a fight with Ice Raking, and that was like a big incentive for me to be like this guy, but I can fight anyone. That's not true. Someone else talk, please.
Ice raking, as much as we would all enjoy taking a turn trying to kick his ass, of which I am sure I could do. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it boiled down to Silent Snowfall was least like our combat style, which seemed like a good thing in terms of the leader of a people.
She leans into her mug for a moment, and then you hear like coughing sounds as she puts it down and she starts wiping tea out of her nose.
It's okay. You can laugh at us, Anne. We know.
Yeah, no, for sure.
You are a very wise group. I respect your decision.
The first time we have ever heard that.
Yeah, I think like I got a chill or something weird.
I had spoken with both of them previously.
One layer of hell just got cooler.
They both seem like excellent candidates, so it would have been a very difficult decision.
But what would have like your decision been if you'd been like had to make it?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I would have had to spend more time with them. I've been spending most of my time with the voice and with some of the other hunters.
So weigh in on that, because I think that is kind of a point of contention for us. If the voice is a conduit for Coda and the claw is a conduit for the voice, how does it come into play? Like, does it matter?
Does what matter?
The philosophical workings of the claw, if all it is interpretation of the voice's will.
That's an excellent question. Kodan culture is still not very well understood, even by we who share the mountains with them. I remember the first time I saw them, I thought they must have offended Bear, and maybe she trapped them in their bear forms to teach them humility. But she kind of looks around, based on my experiences with them. If that was true, they haven't learned it. I rather like them. They're very much like we Norn. They are very proud and very confident. White Bear is of the opinion that they are emissaries of Bear sent to help us fight the dragon, but I doubt it. As far as the interpretation goes, they really do believe that the voice is in some sort of mystical direct connection with the spirit or entity that they call Koda, much like our Havrunes get visions from the great spirits. As I understand it, the claw listens to the voice, but also meditates with them. It is a strange, almost mystic partnership. I don't fully understand how they interpret, but it seems to be a bit deeper than whatever the claw feels like, if you understand my meaning. There's something greater at work, though I can't truly explain it.
How do we know it isn't just then like the voice is just telling the claw, like
the only Sylvaria I know intimately is Kaith. She's the closest thing I have to a sister. I've met and traveled with several others of your race, but I don't know them very well. So I don't know. Have you ever had much experience in monastic life? Or living among shamans?
Who? Um, no. I mean, no. We don't really, like if we go live sort of on our own, that's like our decision. It's not something that, like chosen or forced upon us. And I don't know. Silvari kind of go do whatever they, I would say, want, but also wherever their wild hunt sort of calls them. So, that means.
Kaith has talked about her wild hunt often. That may be the closest thing I can think of. If you seek guidance, you can go speak to the pale tree directly. You can see her avatar and ask her questions and receive answers, even if they're not always specific. But when Kaith talks to me about her wild hunt, it's more vague, feelings and impressions. She has spoken often about the dream, though not in depth. It's my sense that the voice and the messages or the omens that they receive from Coda are much more like a wild hunt or memories from the dream. It's not so much spoken phrases or direct instructions so much as feelings, sensations, and signs. If there are words, they may be cryptic, and it's the claw's responsibility to, I guess, work them out with the voice.
Okay.
It can be a little unsettling, actually, talking with the voice for long periods. They're a bit odd.
Well, I mean, so are we, but maybe that's
Well,
beyond the point.
as are my companions and I. But I think if the voice were to try to speak directly to the sanctuary, it's too much like speaking in riddles. It's not clear enough to be of any sort of practical use. Think of the claw as a lens through which the light of Coda is filtered in a way that helps people make sense of it.
Lenses can also
Just
do
cult building with
things.
more steps.
Well, now what?
I think
Now
now
we go to see Silent.
sit with her, I believe, is the.
Yeah, at sunset.
We're gonna help her
At
with her
this
ritual.
point, sunset's not far away, so you've got a couple minutes to kind of relax here, take some hot tea, some food, and then you go support your candidate.
Perhaps the meditation will be confirmation of our beliefs. I drink my tea. Oh.
Yeah. She sips hers. Every now and then she grabs a little strip of meat and tosses it down into Garm.
Am I able to pet Garm, or is that disrespectful?
What do you think?
I feel like it's probably disrespectful, but I do want to pet the dog.
Do you try?
Like, so,
Like,
no, nervous.
You can if you want. Just what does it look like? How do you do this?
I think she's like,
He's like leaning against air, getting his head scratched, and he sort of like straightens his head out just a little bit and like cocks an eyebrow at you.
Sweet. If there's any like snicky snacks, I'll try and toss one towards him. I'm trying to get in his good graces. He's a cool dog. He's a giant man dog boy.
So you cut off like a little square of the cured meat and start kind of doing your doggy voice and like waving it towards him, and you see he just kind of like raises a head up, like one eye looks up towards Air, and Air is like looking over her tea at you and then looks down at him and go on. He takes like 2 big steps and he's over to you. Kind of smells you for a minute. And reaches forward and this massive jaw just delicately nips it out of your hand.
Oh. Good boy, Garm, you're so smart with your big ears, you sweetie boy. And I scratch him on the sides of his cheeks. And he might eat me.
Yeah, it's a big wolf's head, but yeah, he kind of tilts his head side to side and takes it.
It's
And he turns around and kind of walks away back towards Air and lays down at her feet.
Okay, good. I'm pleased for the rest of the day, no matter what else happens. It's been a win. Cool.
Yeah, this is like a black wolf the size of a big motorcycle.
The
It's a big boy. Okay.
I'll talk to my
So you
cat
guys
too.
take some rest, some food, and as the sun sets behind the mountains, things get dark rather quickly. You make your way back to the relatively small lodgings of Silent Snowfall. There you find a wide circle of candles has been arrayed around the room, and there's a thin coating of like a floor mat that's been spread out in a generally circular shape. It's not perfectly rounded at the edges, but preventing you from sitting on the cold stone. And you see Silent Snowfall, her very large, kind of hulking bear form, sitting cross-legged at the far side of the room, awake and watchful. And as you enter, she's sort of like leaning from side to side, gathering little bowls and bits of what look like small cones of incense and little bundles of herbs. Birdie, with your expert eye, you catch one small bundle of sage.
You made the right call.
Silent Snowfall and Ice Raking. What if they were using that sage together?
Where did you Where did you Silent Snowfall? Where did you get that sage? Is that just something you have around, or did somebody give it to you?
No, there was a Norn merchant that brought a cartload of goods up about 4 months past. Was kind enough to sell me some.
Yeah, I'm the biggest sage fan as anyone. You know, it's great stuff.
This has been a running gag since fucking our first session, and you're a bitch for that, Alex. Anyways, please continue. Apologies for that.
All right. So she gathers you all into a circle, and just kind of starts to hum a tone under her breath. It's a very long, stretched out tone, and then it changes after quite a long time, very sort of gradually in small steps. And as she starts to kind of pull things around her, you guys get situated. And eventually her humming stops and she takes a deep breath and says,
"We're about to begin. Clear your minds. Try not to think of any particular topic. Let the scent of these herbs wash over you. Breathe them into you and feel the warmth of Koda's flame curling around you. Through its embrace, we will share a spiritual experience. If we are fortunate and focused, some of us may receive visions from Koda. Are you prepared?"
Sure.
Alexa looks at Birdie, and Birdie hears in his head, "If I'd known we were going to be smoking herbs, we could have prepared better."
Silent Snowfall kind of like curl her large paws out onto her knees. She takes a deep breath, and it just keeps going in and in. It's odd. It's almost supernaturally long, this breath. And as her head kind of bows back down, her chest remains puffed out as she begins to utter what sounds like 2 or 3 different tones of chant, all mixed in together in a strange kind of eerie harmony. And Birdie, you've seen very talented musicians play in such a way on certain woodwind instruments where they can breathe out and in simultaneously, creating like a constant flow. It's a really neat thing with an instrument. Super strange when it's being used in this very bizarre way to create such a sound with your throat. But they just continue this single note, or single 3 notes all together in a single breath, and it just continues on and on. It doesn't seem like it'll ever end. Several minutes go by and you all breathe deeply. Breathe. Catch the scents, the mingled incense, the sage. There are a couple other odd things in these bowls you've not seen. One of them looks like a bowl of oil that is burning with a clean white flame. It has a almost citrusy scent. And as you calm yourselves and empty your minds, I need each of you to make an insight check for me.
Ooh. Okay.
Damn.
Let's see if it'll let me do it. Yeah, totally. Fuck yeah.
You know, some of us just have that way with people. I don't know.
All right, Birdie. Fuck off.
Rolled at like 35. I don't even know what the check was. 35 or something.
Did mine show up? Oh, there it is.
Just
Oh,
there
are we
it
all
is.
rolling? I didn't catch that. I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah, insight check.
That was
Oh.
my bad.
5.
That's
Shit.
cool.
Okay.
Oh my god, she's conjuring a demon.
She is Coda.
Alexa. A vision forms in your mind. A large interior space. Thick wooden beams across the ceiling. Heavy pillars on either side of you. You're standing at the head of what looks like a staircase. And looking into this wide open space, it almost looks like a ritual space, like a temple or a church or a, you don't know. It's strange, but there's a dais in front of you. 10 feet wide, it's pretty big. It's got a large brazier in the center that is burning with a cold blue flame. Standing in front of that brazier is what kind of looks like a kodan, but the form is twisted and there are sharp shards of ice growing outward from its corrupted flesh. Its back is to you, but its head twitches to one side. It reaches to one side of its belt and draws what looks like an enormous blade, shimmering in the cold light like an extraordinarily large, sharp icicle. And as it's drawn, chilling blue flames burst from the hilt and extend down the blade as it sweeps it to the right and turns to face you. And your vision goes black. Kala. You see a massive wall of ice. What look like dozens of small buildings, half embedded in it. Their doors and windows broken, twisted, torn from their hinges, gaping open. Like jaws with missing teeth, and a thick sheen of dark ice crystallized on every surface. Your vision takes you closer, and as you look into the darkened opening of one of these buildings, peer into the darkness and see just the quick reflection of dim, glowing eyes gazing out at you hungrily. And then more, and more, and more, until dozens of eyes are staring at you from this building. As you turn, not really having any corporeal form, you see other buildings, and as your vision moves down past each one, more eyes glowing at you from the dark recesses therein. Bertie, you see a high tower, a bell tower, with a really long, kind of oblong bronze bell hanging in the belfry. The bell itself coated in a thick frost. Standing before it, at the head of stairs that come out from the tower down towards the roof of a nearby building, you see a large kodan with thick steel armor, its body almost completely encased or transformed into jagged, bristling ice. An enormous maul, like a hunk of glacial ice with a steel haft impaled into it, held in one hand casually as it stares out across the empty space in front of it. And all of you, as your visions waver and flicker back to darkness, you hear a deep, rumbling whisper. It says, "Power. Power beyond measure for those wise enough to seize it." We can offer you so much more. Enough to right all the wrongs of the world. Together, we could bring peace to Tyria. You all hear the howling of wind, and you feel the flutter of frigid wind against your garments as you suddenly find yourselves flying amazingly fast over a wintry landscape. And as you look about, you see a high range of mountains in front of you, and this howling grows louder and louder, and you feel darkness coming from behind you. And as you turn over in midair, you realize that a howling blizzard trails behind you, and peering out from within are two glowing eyes of ice blue, narrow slits. You all very suddenly, in unison, take a deep, gasping breath as you are conscious once again in this space. And you see Silent Snowfall tipped almost over sideways, leaning on one hand, grasping at her chest, breath heaving, as she looks wild-eyed around at the rest of you.
That was dramatically unpleasant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is why I don't use Sage.
Yeah, that. Are you, Alexa? Did you put something in that? Like, you're muted.
I thought about pre-gaming, but yeah, definitely didn't need to.
God damn! Do you all see like the bell thing
Right,
was
did you
a
see
bell?
some guy in a
Mm.
cage? Or not a
What?
cage, but a room?
No, I didn't see an. I just heard the voice. You guys hear the voice?
Yeah, I heard the
Definitely a
voice.
voice.
Okay.
The eyes. Oh fuck. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was that
Silent
storm
Snowfall,
thing.
did you hear the voice?
I heard a voice, yes, tempting me with great power. This
Okay,
is
same one, same one.
this voice is known to us, to my people. Before we knew it intimately, we just called it the Whisper of Jormag. Its proper name is Drakkar, Jormag's chief lieutenant. I fear what awaits you in the north, and what awaits us all should you fail.
Well, we don't fail.
We fail sometimes, but
So
not this.
far, 100% success rate. So,
The Huntress has spoken highly of your capabilities. I look forward to seeing what you can do.
yeah.
I think this is good for tonight. I'll douse the incense and spend some time in contemplation before I take my rest. Our trials will begin tomorrow morning as the sun rises. I hope you will all attend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
Also, quick question. So is that like Koda showing us stuff from like Jormag and his lieutenant, or when you do vision stuff, does it normally just get hijacked? Like,
The influence of the dragon is strong, especially here in the high mountains where the cold and the ice are ever-present realities. It could be that Koda guided our vision. It could also be a gift of your spirits of the wild, Slayer. They are also ever present in this place. I have no doubt that either Jormag or his champion touched our minds, but fortunately, yes, we all came away unscathed.
I trust that that conveys the severity of what is coming, not just for us, but for you and for the rest of the world.
Oh, few creatures know how serious this is beyond the kodan. I believe you'll see when you reach the honor of the waves.
Thank you for this evening, even though it was super
Okay.
scary.
Straightens herself out and places both forepaws on the floor and goes a deep bow, touching her forehead against the cold floor. When she comes back up, she says,
Thank you. Your presence in the ritual was enlightening.
that was a group check, by the way, and at least half of you passed, so it was a success.
Hey,
What?
Nice.
Ooh.
my 11 brought something to the table. Right.
Right. So as she kind of starts to clean up her space and straighten up, you guys have the run of the city, and the sun has just gone down, and it is cold.
As soon as we're out of the little hut, Kala shakes like a wet dog.
Petrie, I guess, can she wild shape into a like snow hare, snow rabbit?
Yeah,
Big old
absolutely.
feet. And she's gonna try and run down to the promontory where Ice Raking was, and she just wants to check out like is he still there? Are there people there? Is he like fighting someone else?
I want to follow Kitri as well.
Do you tell your company that
Ross,
what you're
all
doing,
right,
or
well,
do you just
bye,
like shrink down and
Keytree!
vamp off?
No,
I don't know.
I'll say I want to go.
Watch out for Garm.
Or we'll smack your ass
This is what I
up.
rolled my die for.
Did you really?
What do people think of the snow hare running through the village?
God.
No, but do you guys want to come? I'll go. I want to go fast, but
I'll join
I'm
you.
going to go see Ice Raking, and then she vamps and like.
Do we have a sense of how long we were in that meditation? Like if I look up at the sky and stuff, can I tell like
About an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, the sun is well down.
I guess I'll follow Kituri at a brisk pace.
Yeah,
I'm
I guess.
good.
More a walk though, not a run. Too much.
So Alexa's
Yeah.
going back to the tea room.
Yeah, no, it's fucking cold out here. Fuck this shit.
It is.
You
As go
got your
in,
jammies on though, Alex.
Yeah, I do. I'm not walking around outside in this shit.
I'd like to join Kitri and Galatar when we see Ice Raking.
Especially if he's outside still.
Yeah.
We were inside for Silent. He was outside before. Yeah, fuck that.
yeah.
That was the real decision.
I will say that when you show up to the room, Air is still sitting at the table. Most of the food has been cleared away, but she is still kind of sipping on a hot beverage, and you're welcome to join her.
Oh, so yeah, I'll give her a debrief. I'll tell her what happened.
The rest of you make your way down to the sort of ritual circle. Keetra, you're there well ahead of the others, and you see Ice Raking sitting in the middle of the circle, in the same position that you left him. And as you get close in the darkness, you see that he is covered with a fine coating of snow. He has not moved since you left.
Is anyone else there?
No, at the moment it's just him. But as you approach, you see him, like his snout kind of curls a little bit, and he opens his eyes and looks around, spots you, and he turns his head like a dog.
I'll shape back into Kitri.
As you do that, his head kind of follows your transformation, and he nods and sort of shakes himself like a dog. And snow kind of flies off from his fur.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to see you again, my lady.
Hello. We wanted to come check on you. I wasn't sure if you had maybe if you weren't fighting Brina, your own sort of ritual, I guess.
Hmm.
To be fair, Brina probably would still want to fight you.
Like you're running behind Kitri.
Yeah, he now, like, kind of looking around in the darkness, he can hear and see your approach over the sort of wide snow-covered area.
I still want to fight. Kidding.
He chuckles a little bit.
Well, perhaps some other time I could oblige.
God damn it.
I have been in deep meditation. Think now, something to eat, something warm to drink, and a peaceful sleep before our trials in the morning.
That does sound very nice. Do you want us to walk you back to your living quarters?
I will go to the common area to take some food first. If you'd care to accompany me, I would greatly appreciate it.
I could also use some food. I'm out of breath from the run. Galatar's still like 40 feet back. I got the bigger stride than him.
Guys, it's so cold. Why are you moving so fucking fast? Just calm down.
It'll warm you up.
Oh my god, no, it's not. You sweat and then you get colder.
This is just like my normal pace.
How does that happen?
45 minutes.
I could see Galatar like running full speed, and Kala just walks past him.
Galatar like power brisk walking like a mom on an exercise routine in the evening and is just not even close to catching up to anybody.
Galatar's on his Peloton. It's literally going nowhere.
By the time we're headed up, we like meet him halfway down.
Eventually, you form a loose group, and he, Ice Raking's got his massive maul just kind of leaned over his shoulder, his long, kind of loping strides just easily keeping pace with the fastest of you. but he slows down once the group is all together.
Ice Raking, I do wish you luck tomorrow. Going forward, we are going to need both wisdom and strength with whatever comes next. And the knowledge that you shared today was much appreciated.
You are welcome. And I do not begrudge you supporting Silent Snowfall. She is a wise and worthy adversary. It is
I do
as you
still wish
say.
to spar at some point if we've got time. Maybe after.
I'll make you this bargain. If you return from Honor of the Waves, it would be my honor to meet you in the arena.
I would be more than happy to do that.
He reaches out and just like puts a massive paw on your back and kind of gives you a couple of pats. Yeah, you guys make your way back and eventually find yourselves joining up with Alexa and Air. Air, as you enter, kind of gets up and excuses herself. She's going to go back and rest. She has some quarters set aside. She will tell you, though, that there is a small space set apart for you all, where they have laid out some cots and sleeping furs if you need. Yeah, you guys sit down, have a nice warm bit of tea, and they bring out some extra food for ice raking.
That was quite the little spirit journey there.
Yeah, that was intense.
I mean,
Yeah, did you say
was all
something
really
about the bell
weird.
tower, Bertie?
Yeah,
yeah,
the Iceman, Alexa, what the heck?
Yeah,
Yeah.
did you guys see something else?
I guess I
I
saw
only
some
the
like
storm.
there was this high tower with like a bell in it and some giant kodan guy in like steel armor and jagged ice, and he was just like watching the plane from the tower.
Hmm.
He did not look particularly inviting.
Was it
I
similar?
also saw an ice branded coda, but he was at a like a ritual circle kind of temple with a brazier. Yeah, definitely something strange is going on.
Does
I saw like a
potentially be-
frozen village, lots of glowing eyes in the buildings.
Could that
Frozen
be visions
village.
of the Pride of the Way?
Honor, yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Honor of the
Yeah,
Waves. There we
on the
go.
waves.
yeah.
Prideful
Perfect.
honor.
I was hoping
as
to
you all are
talk to
talking
somebody
this,
about it. Yeah.
Ice Raking says,
That does indeed sound like one of our sanctuaries. We do not usually build into the side of frozen hills. My people build on great icebergs that float on the sea.
Yeah, I saw this like bell in a bell tower. Do you know enough about Honor of the Waves? Or did that have some?
I was
Sig-
born and raised there.
Does that have like certain
There is a
significance? The
mighty bell tower at the front of the sanctuary.
he kind of like dips his finger in some tea and draws like a little bit of stain on the table. Actually, I think I can just do that with the draw tool.
Hey.
Ooh.
Kind of goes like this.
Ooh.
Oh, it looks like a bat hanging upside down. If
Yeah,
you think
there's his
about it,
nose.
there's his little ears or something.
Yeah, his little ears, his little nose. Do the mouth next.
Shoot, it's not letting me do this the way.
Make it a happy bat.
Make it look happy. And don't forget their wings. Oh, nose no more. We suck.
There we go. So it's still not gonna let me do it. Can I draw a little tiny circle? There we go. Okay. So he kind of sketches this out very, very generally, but he says the front of the sanctuary, it's this massive iceberg. It's like an iceberg the size of an aircraft carrier. And at the front, there are the forward half of two ships kind of embedded in the ice. That's the two little pointy things. They sort of stick out from the front, like the prows of two ancient ships that are stuck in the ice. And between them, back on the actual iceberg, is like a small shrine to Coda. And then just behind that is a tall bell tower, and there's a little stair that connects the two. And it sort of overlooks the front of the sanctuary and out over the water.
there any like significance to the bell, or is it just like a bell for bell's sake?
It was used to alert the sanctuary to danger, or to call us to wakefulness.
Ooh, how
Did-
early was that?
He just kind of like leans over and gives you a knowing look. Early.
Did any of the kodan become like Icebroods or servants of Jormag or anything? Were they like corrupted or turned?
Many fell when the sanctuary was taken.
Mm.
Interesting.
Our voice and claw stayed behind to let the rest of us escape. I assume they are dead or corrupted.
And the claw's the strongest warrior, right?
The claw is a formidable warrior,
Okay.
yes,
Yeah.
as is the voice.
Did
Hmm.
either one like to use like sworded weapons?
My people tend to favor the hammer,
And he holds his
Mm.
up.
We are skilled in other weapons, but typically we do not craft them ourselves, aside from spears and harpoons to hunt seagoing creatures for food. If one of the creatures in your vision is bearing such a weapon and is on the honor of the waves, it must have been given to them after we left.
Good deal.
So
That sounds great.
those are the only two buildings, though, are the bell tower and the sanctuary?
Oh no, surrounding them are homes, storage areas, common
Gotcha.
areas like this where we would take our meals.
Right.
Many are embedded in the wall of ice.
And he draws a little more. He says, basically, there is like a high wall behind that tower. The iceberg itself kind of goes around the edges. And inside the wall is the living space and the temple to Coda where the voice and the claw live.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So the little sanctuary in the bell tower are like outside the wall of honor proper, and then inside the wall is like housing this town village
Most of our homes and storage are outside the wall.
outside the wall.
They surround the small shrine and the bell tower.
Gotcha.
Inside the wall is a sacred place. Very few live there permanently.
Gotcha.
Also, just to make sure I'm clear on this, the Rakal, the Jormag's champion, is like a giant frost worm. Do I have that right? It's like a more massive, vicious creature. Did you see it when you were fleeing?
You know, it's odd to see a creature this big and this like muscular shiver, but he shivers in like an unnerving way, and he's
I was, yes, younger, not much, but I had not yet become the warrior I am. When we fled,
Wait a minute. Sorry. Thinking of the timeline in my head. This would have been no. So he would say no. When the Icebrood came for the sanctuary, there were many strong, corrupted Icebrood among them. But Drakkar was not yet there. My people tell stories of him. He is more than a mindless worm, like the others that dwell here in the mountains. He is a creature of cruel, calculating intelligence. A heart as cold as the blackest winter night. Draconic in his visage, though I do not recall stories of him taking to the air. It is said, though I cannot tell you if this is true, that he can move through the ice as though it were water and appear suddenly where you least expect him.
That's one.
Used to tell our children to beware Drakkar, to beware the Whisper. Those who give in to his temptation find themselves face to face with his frigid breath, sometimes forever changed into ice. Sculptures and monuments, prizes to be collected by his wicked master.
So you all have had encounters with Drakkar since being here? Like you've on explorations or other things? Okay.
Oh, not since we fled south. These are tales told by my people from ages past.
Gotcha.
So, do we think Drakkar is at Honor of the Waves, or do we not know?
I do not know.
Right.
This creature in any of your visions?
It was in a blizzard, I think. I don't know where the blizzard was.
Yeah, blizzards usually don't have blue slitted eyes.
He shivers again and says,
The blizzard would be the Elder Dragon.
Oh, great.
Jormag is the unending winter, the blizzard eternal. My people used to live at the furthest northern reaches of this world. Eons ago, when Jormag last arose, the blizzard created by his rising lasted for 10 years and drove us from our homeland. This is when we built the first sanctuaries that float upon the sea and used them to escape his influence.
Huh.
Where, if you see the eyes of the dragon in the blizzard, it is already too late for you.
Okay, we'll try to avoid that.
So I mean, we all saw it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
for
in
sure.
person.
Okay, cool. That makes
Oh, so we're not
Distinction
like a death
helps.
curse or something. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still not super great, but guys, this is gonna be really scary.
But hopefully, yeah, hopefully he doesn't show up. I mean, you know, like his champion's one thing. Maybe we can kill that thing, but I don't really want to have to fight the dragon today or tomorrow or next week. I don't really know when we're going.
Yeah, timeline's a little silly.
Yeah.
Well, we've got to sleep here first in the cold.
Absolutely not. I'm
So,
sleeping in my very warm magical area. I will not sleep in this cot.
come under my coat, Cloudy. I'll wrap you up.
No, I'm going with
Too
Galatar, the
cold.
magic land.
It's too cold. No.
Guys are such babies.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I have
You
no.
sit in the heat and rat assume all the time, and I don't complain. I wear my silly little tank top, and it just feels great. It's breezy. And then here, it's also good.
I'm from a fairly mild climate. I don't get either that much.
All right,
It's
guys.
hard.
You ever been sledding before?
I don't think so.
You pour the syrup on the ice and roll it up. It turns into a little treat. You know what I'm saying?
Was that Trix
No.
yellow?
No, it is not a pee in the snow, Galatar.
I just wanted to make sure. I don't know what you're doing there, wild.
You think I am?
We are with the bears if they start
mean-
grilling things.
I'm not trying to judge, Brina. I'm just asking a question.
It's not. I don't eat pee. Guys, I can't take you all anywhere.
I mean, it's all right if you eat pee.
Embarrassing
You
me
can
in
tell
front
us
of my
we're your
polar
friends.
friends. Oh gosh.
Eventually, Ice Raking takes his leave, retires for the evening, and you guys have until sunrise. There are rooms prepared for you that are safe and warm. You can sleep there if you wish, or you can use your mansion.
I'll go
Wait.
in our designated room. I don't want to be rude.
I use my magic regardless. I want the nice comfort. It's cold and hard here.
Birdie, are you going to stay or are you afraid of being rude?
I've never been afraid of being rude. Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably stay where it's nicer.
Well, I will say that not only is there unlimited food and drink, but also there is a bathhouse, and you do have
That's
your
got
custom
the
room
my
that you
vote.
requested.
Done. Done and done.
Yeah, definitely need heat.
Yeah.
I'm in for second dinner, but I'm gonna use their lodgings. I'll see you all in the morning.
Well,
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep on a cot.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
It feels like home, you know?
No.
Well, feel free
You
to
can
come
have
check
a
out
magical
your.
cot, Kala.
Yeah, feel
It
free to
does-
come check
it
out your
seems a
lodge.
little rude though.
Check
Like
if
they
you
made
want.
up a
If-
whole room for us.
How's the magic pot gonna be
They
different?
probably had to
from a
kick
regular
somebody
pot?
out.
Yeah, they put
Well,
them in
it's
some
not. It's
pillows.
not a magic cot, Kitri. It's a magic bed, which is very comfortable and has all of your custom specifications. And it's
Galatar,
very.
we will use your super good fancy house when it is really cold outside and we are like
Right, probably tomorrow when we're stuck in the cold.
Look, the
Yeah.
door will be unlocked if you want to come in later. You know, if the cot's uncomfortable, you do you. I'm not one to judge. Okay, you
I
live
mean, we
your
are
life.
going to lock it at some point. We don't want strangers coming in.
I mean, yeah, and Brina, I wouldn't say anything because that would be unseemly, but Galatar did mention that there is a bathhouse in his mansion, and you might consider making use of those facilities. I'm not saying anything. I'm not insinuating that maybe you smell a little bit, but I've got some bundles of sage and they help somewhat, but like at some point we're gonna have to step it up here. Okay.
I feel as if you are
All
insinuating.
right. Love you.
It takes so long for my hair to. She always. She's like sniffs her armpits, shrugs, goes to bed.
I say it's been like 3 days.
It's not even that bad. It's been cold. Haven't been sweating. Don't worry about it. It's been really fine.
It's a
Layers, not breathing.
pretty rugged terrain on the hike here
Oh,
up in these mountains.
Bitch posh. You all are so holier than thou with your not
Bundle-
armpit.
I mean, I've been camping and
Bundled up
backpacking.
awful tight. Nothing gets in. Nothing gets out.
Oh, it takes a long time for my hair to dry. I'll worry about it next week.
When we're back in Lion's Arch.
Yeah. I haven't showered since we've been at the snowdome. Okay.
So I assume that you guys are just gonna sleep through the night and you're not gonna post a watch.
I don't plan on
feel
posting
like
one
we need
in the
one.
thing.
Nah.
Mm-mm.
Watch
you're-
the Coda
you're
do
safe
weird
here.
things at night.
So unless there's anything else you want to do this evening, we'll say you have your long rest.
How much time do we have this evening?
Oh god.
Like before
Like-
you need to sleep?
Yeah, like 2 hours? Or yeah, 2 hours?
At least 2 hours, yeah.
Okay, I have a thing I want to do then.
Okay.
It can't hurt, right? It can't hurt. Okay, yeah, it can't hurt.
Who's Birdie asking?
So he's asking himself. So I'm going to take an hour and attune to my crystal ball.
Oh God.
Okay.
And I would like to use it to cast scrying on Drakkar, if possible.
Okay, brave.
I think he gets like a bunch of pluses.
He gets a
instead.
+5 because I only have secondhand knowledge of him. But worth a shot if he rolls
He can-
shit. And
Always a low roll.
so it's a DC. It's a creature. You choose.
I thought it had a pretty good DC.
17.
Oof, yeah, even higher.
So you sit and focus on this crystal ball.
Because I'm trying to figure out whether he is on at Honor of the Waves or not.
And the distorted image of the surroundings shimmers and goes dark. And as you kind of try to adjust your sight, you see darkness all around you.
Okay. Well, I'll watch for the 10 minutes or so that I get. I'm assuming it's just all darkness. And
Yeah, well, for 10 minutes, I'd say as you're, well, yeah. For 10 whole minutes, like you watch, like you feel the connection is made.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's probably under
And,
the
like,
ice.
Right around like 8-9 minutes, like this little cold chill at the back of your neck. Just, I don't know. It's weird, but the contents of the ball never change. It's very, very dark.
Let's see. I don't think. Okay. I don't think my Mask of Many Faces is going to be particularly useful during this thing. Like, I don't think there's anybody we can disguise ourselves as that's going to be
Very
like,
short.
we're just normal Honor of the Waves, folks. Don't mind us. So I actually think I am going to just stay attuned to that crystal ball, because that gives me true sight.
Ooh, fancy.
True seeing.
Does it really?
I'm sorry. While scrying with the crystal ball. While scrying with the crystal ball, you have true sight with a radius of 120 feet centered on the spell's sensor.
That's totally different than normal scrying.
Oh, and also, wait a second. While scrying with the crystal ball, you can communicate telepathically with creatures you can see within 30 feet of the spell
Oh
sensor.
god.
Oh, and
Oh,
you can
what
use an
the
action.
fuck?
You can use an action to cast Detect Thoughts while you are scrying with the crystal ball.
why don't you read your shit?
So while I'm doing that, can I cast Detect Thoughts? Well, I don't know. It's a creature, probably not.
Yeah, if it's the spell, you have to see it. Well, no. 'cause
Well,
you
no,
can
wait, I'm
use
scrying
it.
on it. If I can. I guess it's just darkness, though, right? Creatures you can see.
Hang on a
I
second.
guess I
Oh.
can see it.
Yeah, if you can't see it.
And then telepathy is also creatures you can see within 30 feet of the spell sensor.
And true seeing doesn't let you see through ice.
I thought
right?
it just did scrying.
So this is like scrying 3.0.
Yeah, this is scrying on steroids for sure.
This is more than steroids.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to stay attuned to that one.
Yeah, dude. That's
Well, I've got that
that's
mask of many
ridiculous
facing,
scrying.
which is cool with the seeming.
I mean, for Birdie, yeah.
Why do I
Yeah.
not have this written down?
What are you looking for?
The crystal ball. It was in the anteroom outside of the confessor's quarters.
Yeah, it's an item in D&D Beyond.
Well, there's like 4 different types of crystal balls.
Oh, you didn't write down
There's-
specifically
there's
which
a-
one.
There's a general one, and then there's like the legendary varieties.
This one is
Okay.
purple. This one is
You're a
purple.
purple crystal ball.
That's
Purple.
like Birdie's.
Purple one.
This one's got purple letters.
This one's purple.
Play.
Can I have the purple one?
Maybe I grabbed the wrong one.
Is there more of a cyan?
Well,
Yeah,
either way, it's
I
still
don't
cool
have
to
it
know
written
there's different
down.
ones.
But yeah, there's some that lets you do true seeing. There's some that lets you do detect thoughts. There's
So,
one that lets you do something else.
When I'm looking at this, like I typed in crystal ball for the inventory, right? There's one like crystal ball flat out. Then there's crystal ball of mind reading, crystal ball of telepathy, and crystal ball of true seeing.
Right.
They're all wondrous. One's very rare. The others are legendary. I have the very rare regular crystal ball.
Okay, that's the one that should be there.
Right. And that one.
So that one just lets you cast.
Oh, those are for other.
For the other ones, yeah, where it says like it comes in varieties with these additional
Yeah.
properties. Yeah.
Comes in
I was like, it
very.
doesn't do
I
all
just.
those things.
Yeah, because I read the first ball, and then it was like there's that little disclaimer where it's like there are varieties, but it's also listed under the regular crystal ball. I don't know why you put that in there, but yeah, okay.
I
it
didn't
just
think I
does
gave you that
scrying.
one, but
Yeah,
yeah.
no, I was like, look, this is wild, but it's because it's not this thing. Cool.
It's not actually that wild.
just
Yeah, just does scrying.
Just a crystal ball. Yeah.
but
but
it's just
I will-
confusing.
I think I'll still stay as tuned to that for this thing. I think it'll be a little more useful.
I was sitting here going like, was I high? I don't think I. Okay.
Full on communication to anyone I want in the world, Ryan.
Dude, that would be the best crystal ball.
I am the eye in the sky.
You just sit and stare at Jobon.
Sorry, I completely
What you doing,
misread that. My bad.
Jobon?
My bad. But yeah, I'll just
What you doing, Joey?
cry on him. Actually, maybe we should attune to our stones of whispering.
Ooh,
Is anybody else wearing their stone of whispering?
sure not.
No
I have
can-
it
no
with
can
me.
do.
No.
Okay,
do.
then I'm not. I'm
Yeah.
just stay with the crystal ball.
Everything else I have is much more useful than that. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah.
come back to bite us that we don't have those.
I mean, I could
Yeah,
talk
I get it.
psychically with people.
Yeah. Crystal
Um,
ball.
If any of you
This-
do want to change out attunements, tonight would be the night.
we have time in the
Night
morning to
The
rechange.
night?
Yeah, and on the following day, you could take an extra hour and just do that. Yeah.
Okay.
How far is it from where we are to Honor of the Waves? I assume they told us at some point, but I don't remember.
They haven't yet,
Okay.
Oh,
but
okay, fair.
it's a couple of days. It depends on which way you go.
Oh, okay. More
Well, since we
choice.
just supported Silent, we're going to take the slow and methodical route.
Of course.
Right, which is the one Drakar's on. Absolutely.
Okay. Two things. Questions. Did Solvig head out? They peace out, or is he still hanging around?
No, actually, as you guys enter this space for where you're gonna sleep tonight, he's kind of laying there, just lying on a bed, kind of looking up at the ceiling.
What a bum. I was just gonna
Loser.
kick it, hang out with him, and catch up this evening before heading off to bed. But I also am gonna unattune from just like the shield and attune to Kodan Roar for the ceremony tomorrow.
Cool.
Wish everybody some luck. And then we'll probably unattune and reattune to the shield before we go out on our adventure.
I will also point out, for your benefit, that you are in a cold place, probably gonna fight cold creatures. In case that were to become relevant.
Yeah.
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 I'm gonna put on my ring of fire resistance.
I will say I've actually decided to reattune to my mask of many faces. It's still the OG.
The OG. I mean, I can't use.
If any of you have items that give you resistance to cold or other
Got
stuff
a
like
potion
that,
of cold.
Why would we have brought that with us?
Yeah, that's
Doesn't make any
stupid.
sense.
Stupid.
Oh, we're gonna die.
I will say, and we can talk about this as we get closer to Honor of the Waves, but like that bell that I saw in my vision, like
Did you want to ring it? Ring my bell?
part of me wants to ring it, but also like I feel like if I saw some like, 6 goobers coming up the snow lane, and it was like, oh, that looks like trouble. I'd ring the bell and let everyone know that they're coming, right? So it might be something we want to try to put on ice before they can ring it.
Was that a pun, Birdie?
Good one.
Because it's on an iceberg?
It's cold people, so there are multiple levels of that, yeah.
It was deep.
Did the servants of Jormag have like any sort of psychic connection or anything that like they are able to communicate with one another? Because I know that like Jormag
so.
or Drakar can sometimes get in our heads, but I don't know.
I imagine if they can get into our heads, they can get into each other's.
But it's not like all of them can. Like that's just Jormag
Yeah.
can.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but I'm just saying like if they all have his power, then maybe like he allows them to communicate.
I don't think they all
Between each
have
other.
his.
Well, we
his
did
power.
communicate through the eyeball that one time.
Oh yeah.
That was kind of freaky.
The whole thing with dragons is freaky. I mean,
But that wasn't a dragon, that was an eyeball. So I don't think so.
it's a weird situation.
Because I'm thinking like, I have like something that could work in terms of trying to get this bell out of the way. If that's something we wanted to do.
What would you be proposing?
I hate it when he's mad.
Yeah, this can't be good.
So, okay. Imagine you're on watch. You see some clouds, mist, the normal stuff, but you don't see any people. But one of those little clouds is actually
Dear God.
me,
Oh.
right? I slip in there,
Oh.
maybe do something
don't
to the
mind
bell
the
to like
clown.
cut the string or something of the little ringing thing, right? I cut
Wouldn't they
the
just
cut the bell out.
Hit it with their hammer or something. Like even if you cut the thing, wouldn't like the giant metal hammer or something clanging on the bell make a lot of noise?
I could.
I'm also like,
Let's see this pivot.
I love the
Pirouette.
creativity of your idea. I'm just a little concerned about you kind of putting yourself in danger where maybe we can't get to you right away.
Well, no, I mean, if there's an issue, I just jump off the tower and I'm fine,
Sure.
The number of tricks I have up my sleeve would appall you.
I doubt it.
I could use my pigments somehow and, put enough cracks in the bell that it doesn't really ring anymore, maybe. But there also is a big scary guy up there. So I'd have to do that without him noticing.
Also, this
Obviously.
bell isn't important like to the kodan, right? Like they don't want to make sure it's preserved.
It would
I mean, I
just-
feel like if they had their home back, it would be like, gotta
They can
pick
just
and
get another one.
choose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we can make new bells kind of thing.
Well, maybe.
I'd rather
yeah,
make
makes
kids. I
sense.
don't know if they can make a bell.
He's got the point. They're going to be busy reproducing.
Don't make kids. Okay, you know what? We'll cross this bridge when we get a little closer. Maybe.
By that, do you mean we'll just storm in?
Right, so we're not gonna have a plan. I like that too.
Oh, damn it, guys.
with
That's
that.
my preferred method.
We just spent a day electing somebody not like us. Like, can we not take our own fucking advice and not be like us?
It's one of those do as I say, not as I do type of situations,
God damn. I mean, we are a dense bunch. I'll tell you that much.
I think it's good that we know our flaws. We just still do them. you know?
Right, just acknowledgement is the first step, but we don't have to take many more after that.
That's right. You can't go through all the steps in one day or it doesn't work.
That
What?
makes-
Just gotta do them over time.
Okay, what if I used my pigments? Okay, got it, brain blast. I use my pigments beforehand to make a very large, like comforter type blanket thing
It's a
that I
good
can
idea.
use to wrap around the bell. Tells any,
Right.
you know.
Okay, but how do you carry that as a cloud?
And when the big spooky guy got there,
I
you,
believe
don't look at the blanket in your hand.
I go up there, I push the big scary guy off the tower, and then I disable the bell.
How
You're gonna
strong
push
are
one
you?
of these Koda.
Solvig's like picking at his fingernails with his dagger. It's like, why don't you just take actual blanket?
Yeah, that's what I always think. There's a bunch of animal skins around
Well,
here.
well, I'm saying I could take one that I've made specifically to wrap like with with certain things
Like
that go
designed for a
around,
bell.
designed for a bell.
There's
Right.
my hat Solvig on his
Interesting.
shoulder.
Like a
Use of your
bell
magic.
How
jacket.
big was
Can
this
do it.
bell?
It was like 10 feet high.
It's a
Oh,
big
yeah, you're
blanket.
fucked, man. Let's just not even.
Well, I mean, I'm not fucked. I have like 900 square feet of paint.
You're
Like,
like
I
man,
can
this
do
is
it.
one time I wish
Like-
I had Fireball.
Think of like an
I just
Asian
blow the fucker
style
up.
belt. So it's like about 10 feet high,
Oh,
maybe a little less,
God.
but it's narrow and cylindrical, not like Liberty Bell shape. So this is like maybe 4 feet diameter, but about 10 feet high.
So like
So
the
the
top
tower
of it is
itself,
10 feet high, or like the lowest point is 10 feet from the.
it's like 10 feet long.
Oh, the bell
I
itself.
could really fuck the guy at the top, actually. I think I could get him in one.
I mean,
But
if you want
tower
to cheat on
itself is
Joban,
40 feet high.
I mean, I know you want to use your cloud thing. I don't want to deny that from you. So, like, if this is the plan that you're set on,
It's not the plan I'm set on. I'm just saying we may want to nix the bell before like we start tearing shit up and then they're like, oh, ring, ring, ring. Everybody
Yeah.
come out here and get these guys.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
yeah.
Okay, but if we get rid of the bell, are you gonna throw a grenade?
I
Yeah,
don't-
won't we be blasting loud magic and things?
I don't
Yeah.
see how the two are connected.
Also, Alexa's going to throw giant fireballs on an iceberg. That can't
Yeah.
be good.
I feel like we're gonna make a lot of
Fireballs.
noise no matter what.
Yeah, we're not quiet. If there's one thing we know about our group, it is stealth, not our specialty.
I go up to the
Except
top
for
of the
Colin.
bell tower, right? I fly up there.
do you just want to be on top of the bell tower because it's like a
You just
spotlight?
really like this bed.
I float up there. I float up there. I ungaseous form myself. There's this big scary Kodan guy, right? I immobilize him,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Kind of bring him up. The things I do, Alexa, that is none of your concern.
Oh,
I
okay.
stop him in his tracks. He's going nowhere. I take him to the edge, and then I'll use like some magic or just my raw power to cast him off of the tower to his
Okay.
peril.
Quick question. With the gaseous form thing, doesn't it take like 10 minutes for you to turn back into yourself? So are you just gonna like be a little cloud suddenly in a bell tower next to
I think
this
it
guy for,
takes like
10
only a
minutes?
minute.
No, I've read this item.
I thought it took a
What?
while. I thought it was like 10 minutes for this.
I think it's 10 minutes to cast and
Oh, I
then
thought it was
1
like
minute
10
to
minutes to
reform.
turn.
I think you might be
back.
thinking of Wind Walk,
Ah.
which takes you a minute to transform either way.
Yeah, I think the thing with gaseous form is that it takes a long time to turn back.
Or you're just stuck until it wears off.
And you can take damage, I believe, while you're the cloud.
You can.
So
Yes.
you're not like people can kick your ass and you can't do anything about
You
it.
have
Are you gonna push
disadvantage.
him off as a cloud? Like, I don't really know what strength clouds operate.
I believe
feel
it's
like the
like
idea of like a
one.
birdie cloud like wisping
Just-
by this guy trying to push him off.
It doesn't say it's concentration,
Yeah.
right?
It's a
So if I
potion.
drop, it's a potion, but the potion essentially allows me to cast.
But potion might tell you you roll a d4 or something. A haste was like that for me. Or sorry.
Until you end the effect as a bonus action.
Hmm,
Oh.
Okay.
So
So it
it
does
should be
this one.
immediate. I just go up there, boom,
Gotcha.
there, and then chow. He's toast, baby.
If you want to put yourself in harm's way,
Buttered and bread. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's fair
Why are
enough,
we
man.
planning this all right right now?
I think it's more of a brainstorming.
I'm just throwing out ideas while we're here.
Because it's hilarious.
Something to
He
think about.
manifested
I will
on the spell
also-
tower.
I will remind you of Kala's vision of all the different buildings around the ice wall, and like the doors and windows are all broken out, but in the darkness, many eyes.
That's what I'm
Did
saying.
she
It's
share
like
that with us?
Yeah, she did.
I
That's
feel like a
probably not
bell
a bad
would
sign.
alert all the eyes, or
Or the eyes are just gonna know.
but
Because
you
they're
think
every fucking way.
you think a giant kodan falling from the tower might alert someone?
Yeah.
Also, just like us walking. I mean, we're kind of a memorable group. And I can't
Right.
imagine there's a lot of tourism on the island right now.
I imagine at some point in our journey there, they're going to pick up on us.
Yeah.
I mean,
Guys, we're gonna have to do
yeah.
some real thinking.
Although, actually, maybe they have right now. And I'm going to pop see invisibility and look around.
Oh, got him. Dead to rights.
Ryan's like, fuck my entire
Are
plan.
you in the mansion?
Are we in? I guess no. 'cause
I assume this was like before bed or after bed. This seemed like a whole group discussion. Because not all
I
of us went
imagine
to the
this
mansion.
before
Well,
we all
if
split up.
Solvig's there, you're all talking in the common room, so you're
Yeah.
outdoors.
I
Okay.
thought this was like early morn.
I was thinking like before we went to bed, you guys poking your head out of the mansion. Kind of a round table discussion. It doesn't
Wow,
matter.
we all have such different visions, but we're talking.
Right, I was saying, I
we're
thought we did
talking.
already a long rest.
Oh, I haven't long rested yet. Shit.
Or maybe that's just me. Anyways, I am going to pop see invisibility, and we'll be out in the common room.
Look around. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if the bell is a good thing or a bad thing.
I guess I'm just worried about like you being a cloud going up to this guy and then him like, because he is, I don't know, empowered by a dragon, like recognizing that you're something magical and then like attacking you. Because you, in one of your visions, didn't the person like turn towards you, you were saying?
I think Alexa said that.
Yeah, that was mine. They definitely know, well, visionly know something.
They seem freakishly perceptive. I mean, I would never notice you as a cloud. You would easily push me off the belfry. Me
I
personally,
I
great
feel
plan.
like I could give a pretty good cloud performance. And you just watch as he's like,
What did you learn that at Bard school? Like cloud? Oh, whoa! Ooh. All right, I kind of buy it.
The cloud fall. Wow.
That was good. Yeah,
Awesome,
very
man.
flexible.
Now do a cloud going downstairs.
Yeah. Now do a cloud with sad. All right, yeah, that is good.
all right, y'all go get fucked.
One of the best in the biz.
I don't know. I think it's something we should think about in terms of just get your brains cooking on how we want to approach this. Because I'll admit, I'll be the first to own up to it. The last, the last big engagement we did was actually okay because we kind of charmed our way in at first. It started off
Yeah,
well.
that was the reactor.
But the
Oh, yeah, I forgot
before
about
thing
that.
with the white mantle didn't.
Yeah, that's
wasn't our
me.
best work, you know.
My bad.
But like it was
You know what? I feel like I take a little bit of blame. for
high
that one.
octane
It's
moment.
fair. Yeah. It was a series of not great strategies in a high pressure situation.
The longer we can go, just like picking off more individual clusters and not alerting the whole realm of what's going on, the better, I think.
Yeah, resource
rule.
management is going to be really important.
Yeah. But we'll
Yeah.
think on it. You know, that's what I'm just getting the ball rolling.
I mean,
yeah.
if we got Kala, Kala's, she keeps us alive. We'll just listen to what she says.
I
We
recall.
generally don't listen to what she
Guys,
says.
never listen to what I say.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
such valuable insight that in retrospect we're always like, oh fuck, we should have done that. So maybe now is the time that this squeaky wheel gets fixed.
You think about it though, she's been right so often that the probability that the next one she'd be wrong has got to be higher. So maybe we shouldn't listen to
I
Kala.
don't think it works that way.
I just want you to know that
Right,
even if we
that's
don't,
not math.
30.
Yeah, even if we don't listen, I want you to know you're always right. You know, like
Yeah, I
very
know.
clearly
Yeah.
I
you're
know
the
that.
wisest among us. Okay.
Oh, you were talking to Call. Sorry.
Yeah, no, not you, not you. I love the cloud idea though, but keep you're a genius tactician too. Genius.
I'm gonna think on this.
Yeah, I
He's
just
going
don't
to
think
die.
you can push him off being a cloud.
Right. Any other
I
time?
wouldn't be a
like,
cloud when
divulge
I'm
it.
pushing him off.
Literally can't push
That seems
over
even less
like a small
likely.
plant.
I would not push him off. I have
Push me
magic
over
here.
right now. Knock me
Push
over.
Kala over.
I don't want to hurt you
I think you
doing
should
that,
try.
okay? Because I can
I
do
don't
it.
think you can.
I can do it.
Is
Forgot
it
they really-
loud?
It's very loud, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, this, what?
Actually, it's not loud. It says nothing about being loud. It's just powerful. You know, it'll hurt
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Are you sure it's not loud?
Do you really want me to try and knock you over right now?
Do it in the mansion. You want to destroy any of their stuff?
I mean, can we go?
Yeah.
I want to see.
Sure.
Yeah.
Use the
I think
great hall.
that's- but it doesn't feel fair.
This is gonna be wild if this doesn't work.
I hope it doesn't work.
All right, I'm going to cast. Well, no, I just need you to make a saving throw for me, Kala.
Okay.
Can you make a wisdom save for me?
$30 on Kala.
Oof.
I'm gonna add +5 to that.
Oh. But wait, is your
Well,
DC
you-
19 now? What's your DC?
So we're all
18?
fucking
don't know.
watching.
Well, the DC was 18.
Oh no.
Okay.
She beat it.
Oh wait, no. Hold on, 1 second.
Let's hear it,
I
Barney.
I do this. I pull out my lute and I
Mm.
cast a spell. You have disadvantage on this because
He's
it would charm you.
wise.
Meatball.
An actual 18.
Who cares?
Well, shit. Okay.
So what is Kala doing like Asbury's trying this?
Yeah, it takes hold, and you see Kala like start to tense up, and then her eyes dart around to the rest of you and to the other 5, and she's like, no. She pushes it off.
So I had tried to cast Modify Memory, which would have incapacitated her for a minute, and then I could have just like
Wait, so it's the night before or the morning? Because did you just
night. No, I wouldn't have cast this in the morning because I haven't long rested yet.
It's like a 2-day trip
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, we got time.
got plenty of time for
Well, anyway, it would work on him, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
totally.
So wait,
All
did
right,
you
glad
try
we
to
figured
make
that
him
out.
Think that he'd gotten thrown off the tower and modify his memory? Or are you actually going to try and push him over?
Well, so once, like, I figure once he's modified, I have like a minute to figure it out, and like I can maybe
Okay.
like put like kind of.
Just take a minute to knock me over then.
Yeah. Go, Bertie.
Okay, but he would be like incapacitated.
But he's even bigger than me. Like
Yeah.
I'll stand here, I won't move.
Yeah, no, you have 1 whole minute to push Kala as hard as you can and push her over. Go.
I mean, he's got to roll in that 20 eventually, right?
Okay, like
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
it would be the
Does he have a
shove,
negative
actually.
strength score?
Contested athletics checks.
for 60 seconds.
Boy, this
I
cannot go
think
well.
if you're incapacitated,
You automatically fail.
I think you might. No, you just can't take actions or reactions.
Yes, I don't think you fail anything. Dex maybe though, but
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you'd have to fail Dex because you wouldn't be moving. But
And it's stunned that you automatically fail.
okay.
Okay, hold on. I've got it.
Oh,
Hold on.
God.
how long
Hold on.
has this gone on?
Give me a sec.
It is just like
Yeah, I have a minute, right? I have a
dagger
minute.
out of Solving's hand.
I mean, if it works, you have a
Bertie,
minute.
are you almost ready for bed?
Okay, what I would do is I would immobilize you. You're up on a tower. It's smooth stone ground, right? Then I take my
Is it?
oil of slipperiness, I pour it on the ground behind you. Then, like across ice, I just
All right, Kevin
and
McAllister.
you kind of like it just takes you. You slide right across. There it is.
Okay.
I have a question. What if there's a second guard in the tower?
Yeah, what then?
There wasn't.
Birdie's
at
like,
the time.
Well, no. In your vision, there wasn't. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, what if we get there and they're like, oh, it's smart to have 2 guards in the tower.
Then I fly back down. Like, I'm not an
Also,
idiot.
Didn't you try to like modify or somehow affect Brina's brother one time, and then Jormag like?
Oh, that was Dream. I was trying to
Okay.
talk to him in his dreams. Yeah, no
Gotcha.
worries there. That was a different
I just want to make
thing.
sure your safety very important.
Yeah, and like,
it is like a third priority, probably.
Yeah.
It's like
I feel like it would work had Kala not done her little char thing there. I don't know what
and
that
just
was.
make sure you don't
but-
play your lute or anything.
yeah.
Well, the
This
lute's
is really worth all of the time. I'm gonna go to bed over here.
Right, that thought experiment made my brain hurt.
That's the thought experiment. I give Birdie a noogie and a kiss on the forehead.
would have worked, man. I tell you what.
Great work, champ. See you tomorrow.
This is good.
You guys split off into your different places, and you take
Time
your
to go
long
to the
rest.
bathhouse.
Yeah, get cleaned up, get rested. You wake up. They send some folks in to come and get Solvig and the rest of you, and those of you in the sleeping quarters can pop your head inside the mansion to wake up the others just before dawn. And unless there's anything else to cover, you make your way down to the ritual circle.
I will say when we do wake up, I'll pop see invisibility again.
Okay.
Just at
As you guys
breakfast.
kind of get yourselves ready, take a quick bite to eat, don't see anything out of the ordinary.
Because at this point, I think Birdie had said that it was at night when he was going to fuck with the dragon. But we don't know that.
I got a little topsy-turvy. Sorry about that. But just all darkness.
Oh,
No
strategy is
harm.
important.
This would be a good place, I think, to take a 5-minute break in case you guys need some food. Take a bio break.
Yeah.
Recording started again. So, you guys take your long rest, you get a bit of breakfast in the morning, prepare yourselves, and you are led down once again to the ritual circle on this kind of small promontory overlooking this beautiful glacial lake. And you see that there are about 30 kodan. Only probably 10 are standing on the promontory. The rest of what looks like the village is kind of gathered in a crescent shape, sort of blocking in the bit that connects to the land, just sort of spread out, giving everyone the ability to see in. But as you are led down with Air and Solvig and Garm, they part and allow you through since you could not see over top of them. What you see is the ever-burning braziers and torches that kind of ring this promontory are still alight. There are about 6 kodan, 3 on each side, standing between them and slightly behind at the absolute edges of this promontory. Directly across from you, at the head of it, the point between 2 large braziers burning with a clean, almost white flame, is the voice of this sanctuary in a sort of ceremonial red garb. You see that there's still like a thick, half kind of armored leather belt kind of covering the midsection, sturdy leather breeches, bare feet, but there's almost like a half toga of red material that's kind of gathered up over one shoulder. And they stand kind of clawed hands clasped above the big metallic buckle at the middle of their belt. And standing in the center of this space are Silent Snowfall and Ice Raking. What follows in stoic silence, never a shout, never a clap, anything from the kodan who stand here watching the proceedings, is a series of 3 trials. They announce them for the newcomers and give you a little bit of insight as each one gets underway. First is the trial of strength. The claw of Koda must be in excellent physical condition and be capable of defending the sanctuary's people against all manner of threats. And as the 2 square off, you see that Silent Snowfall does not in fact wield a maul, but rather a hefty quarterstaff, much too big for any of you to use. It's almost 10 feet long by itself, but it's extraordinarily thick. And she kind of traces a circle around her with it and spins it through the air, preparing herself. Ice Raking spits in one of his hands, clasps them together, flicks the residue onto the ground, grabs the hilt of his maul, and just holds it up almost like a baseball bat and nods. They rush at each other, and there is a furious exchange of blows. Several solid hits as they go back and forth across this space, careful not to overextend and hit any of the people standing adjacent to them and watching over them. Eventually, Ice Raking actually proves the stronger. He manages to get a couple of well-placed jabs in with his hammer and brings it down, cracking onto the right shoulder of Silent Snowfall. There's a slight grunt of pain as she's driven to one knee and she drops her staff and raises a hand in submission. He very quickly backs off, and you can see like his teeth are bared and he's panting heavily, but he puts the maul down gently and steps over to her, goes down on one knee and helps her up, and is kind of sort of gingerly treating her arm carefully, takes her over to the 3 kodan standing on her side of the ring. They administer some aid and put her arm in a little makeshift linen sling. They turn and bow to each other, and Ice Raking returns to the center of the arena where the voice declares him the victor. The next trial is the trial of wisdom. Both of them are brought to the center of the space where they are asked to be seated. They both sit crisscross in that meditative posture that you've seen, and even with an injured shoulder, Silent Snowfall sits with an almost regal composure. The voice then begins to speak in not a hushed voice, but a low voice. It's kind of hard with the wind coming off the lake to hear exactly what they're saying. You catch most of the words, and it seems like the voice is speaking in kind of what sound like parables, moral stories and puzzles and riddles. Periodically she'll turn to one of them, or the voice will turn to one of them with a gesture, and you'll see them start to give a response. Questions about the balance, about the nature of the world, about Koda and Koda's will, and they kind of go back and forth for a while, but you notice easily that when Silent Snowfall answers, she does not hesitate, and she answers strongly and with confidence, and her answers are concise and not rambling. When Ice Raking answers, he seems to have an answer, but it takes him a bit longer to kind of fish around in his mind to figure out what he wants to say. And as he says it, it's not always as clipped and precise, and he kind of expounds a little more than he maybe needs to in some cases. And after several minutes of a very intense philosophical discussion, Silent Snowfall is declared the winner. At that point, they kind of reach out to each other, remaining seated, and grasp each other by the hand and nod again, being very cordial and respectful. The third trial, the trial of courage. And you guys watch as the voice bends down behind each of these braziers and produces a pair of identical clay bowls. They're very crude in design. They're not at all ornate or gilded or anything. It's just sort of rudimentary clay pots, each filled with a odd kind of viscous looking purple liquid. The voice steps forward between them and goes down to one knee and offers a bowl to each one. There are some whispered words between them, and the voice stands as they each take and drink deeply from these bowls. You watch as 2 kodan from each side then move from the sides to stand behind them. They kneel down, and each one places a mighty hand on their shoulders and then another on their wrist, like holding their arm in place. The ones with Silent Snowfall being a little more delicate on her wounded arm. A couple of minutes go by and everything's very still. It's very odd. It's a curious thing to watch as the sun breaks the horizon of the mountains and this entire place becomes lit with the glorious glow of early morning sunlight on fresh snow. You can see the shining shimmer of the mountain lake kind of creating this sort of I don't know what the word is. It's almost like a foggy haze of light, like an aura of glowing light around you. And a couple of minutes go by, and you watch as Ice Raking and Silent Snowfall both kind of start to twitch, and you hear kind of at first low and barely audible growling, which turns into snarls, and sometimes their heads kind of shake a little bit. You can see little flecks of spit kind of drip down from their face onto the snow, and you can see that the 2 big kodan behind them struggling to kind of keep them still. After about 10 minutes, the seizures kind of stop, and the 2 kodan appear to regain a measure of composure. Ice Raking, still shaking, but now no longer like a convulsion, more of someone who has been badly frightened. Whereas Silent Snowfall is solemn, quiet, but appears more introspective, brow furrowed, not happy, but certainly in greater control of herself. And Silent Snowfall is again declared the victor. So in 2 of the 3 trials, Silent Snowfall has defeated Ice Raking. And at the end of the ceremony, the voice declares that Silent Snowfall has now become the new Claw of the Song of Final Exile. And there's no applause, but there is a low murmur that goes through the kodan as their heads nod. You hear a couple of exclamations like, this is wise, this is good. I disagree, but with respect, I will follow. A sort of chorus of mixed approval.
Such a civilized group.
They are a very calm and very strange people.
They probably get really crazy in parties sometime.
I like how being calm makes them strange.
Yeah, well, to us.
I will say also, Ryan, I don't know if you know, your camera is like off.
Yeah, I was like, where's
There we go.
Ryan?
Yeah, no, I'm sitting here like emoting at all of you and like using my hands. I was just like looking at my camera.
I didn't want to. You were on a roll. I didn't want to break up the cadence there.
No, that's recorded for the internet for all time.
It was a very good monologue.
Or not.
I thought you were like not showing yourself for like dramatic effect. I was like, ooh.
Or just
No,
having a
that's
snack.
I thought you were
That's a-
having a snack.
That's a good idea for future. Hide myself for dramatic effect.
Have an epic background.
Yeah. Well, this does let you see a little bit more of the Coda people. So, at this point, as the ceremony concludes and things wind down, the voice thanks you all for your participation. Says something forgettable about the wisdom of Coda, and then gathers air and Solvig and kind of leads them back for further discussions about how a partnership might work, and leaves you all to meet with the 2 contestants. As the area kind of clears out, you are left with both of them, and Silent Snowfall is the first to approach you. She says, I am the Claw
of the Song of Final Exile. I cannot abandon my duties here, but I am indebted to you for your help. I have asked Ice Raking to lead you to Frostgorge Sound by the safest path, following the river of flowing ice northwest of here. It will take several days, but the path is an easier one than others. And please, if you would, accept this blessing. And she turns and dips her hand into one of the braziers. And lifting up her hand, she kind of holds in the palm this radiant flame. Runs her other cloth through it, like over her hand, and then waves it over all of you, and like a tiny spark floats through the air. And as it comes towards you, if you choose to accept it, enters into your chest just very slowly, and there's a comforting warmth that spreads throughout your body.
Oh,
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, that is very kind.
I don't have a specific item for this, but just make a note. You now have the charm of Koda's Flame. When you activate it, you are under the effect of the Bless spell for 1 hour. And once you use it, it is gone. She nods respectfully at you and says, "Now, if you will excuse me, I must see to my duties." She turns to Ice Raking, gives him a long, slow nod, pats him on the shoulder.
It was well fought, brother. I'll be nursing this for several weeks.
You see Ice Raking kind of laugh a little bit, just gives her a nod. She starts to make her way off into the village. And I can show you guys Ice Raking now. I can put him on here. In his ceremonial garb.
oh, fuck yeah.
Ripped polar bear.
Absolutely ripped polar bear. An absolutely beefy boy.
And his ice-headed maul.
Wow.
Yeah, he just
Are
says,
you gonna push one of those over, Bernie?
Yeah, maybe you could practice on him on our way.
Why? Why don't you ask him?
I'm not going to do that. Seems rude.
By the response.
I actually don't feel the need to prove myself anymore. So,
I find that also hard to believe, but
That is great development.
yeah, I'm not even bitter about it.
I told you
Just stares daggers at Kala.
he says,
I am, of course, happy to take you all to Frostgorge Sound. At first, I was filled with rage that I had failed in the eyes of Koda and my people. But now, I feel only a slight sense of shame in not trusting the path that Koda has laid out for me. We will go to the gorge by the safest path. It will be long, and there will be danger. But I trust in the claw's wisdom.
You know, Ice Raking, I think that shame is probably a little closer to that humility you're talking about. But we are.
you see like his eyes kind of brighten up a little bit.
I have learned defeat this day. You are wise, Slayer.
I'm kind of sharp one on me. I kind of hold down the wisdom of the group. Nobody sees it, but old Brina.
sure don't.
Hey, we are delighted for you to accompany us.
I look forward to learning more from all of you in the days to come.
I don't think you do.
Kind of stretches a little bit.
Well, I have had an excellent warm-up this morning. We may leave whenever you are ready.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess we're ready.
Toot sweet.
Yeah, I just want to pick up a rock before we leave, but I mean, I can do that on the way out.
Gives you kind of a curious expression. Very well.
A magic thing.
It just makes the way back much easier, you know.
Truly passionate about geology.
Just let me gather my things.
Cool.
He stalks off slowly towards the village.
What really does a giant polar bear need?
Hey, Galatar.
Probably a lot of
Just
dried
if I could
meat.
just for a second.
Yeah, Bertie, what can I help?
Let's not say things like that anymore. I think it makes us seem less cool when they're like, "Oh,
Bertie,
you all are like the cool guys," and it's like, "Oh, do you all have like rocks?" It's like, I don't know. Like here. I tell you what. I've come up. I don't know if you've noticed me doing this, and I'm just gonna slip him 5 business cards. People love these. They love them. Okay.
Yeah,
You hand them out. And
Yep.
that's the brand. That's like people are like, oh, they're cool. They have business cards. Okay. So
Yeah,
like,
that's
Brand recognition.
great.
Brina
When
gets it,
Galatar
see?
goes to pick up the rock, he just like puts the business cards on the ground and kind of covers them with snow.
Discovers it with snow. Yeah, I saw that
Keeps
coming.
going.
I love it.
That was like 20 gold.
Damp in the snow.
I'll get it back at the tables. Don't you worry, baby.
As you take a moment
Betting on
to
ponies.
reminisce about the days when that mattered.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh
How
wow,
far you have come.
Back when,
we are very rich.
yeah.
Top,
Loaded.
man.
Big Jim, what would he say now?
Can you loan me
He'll
some?
probably ask for your money.
Oh,
I'm serious.
He'd be like, "So you've done so well for yourself. Wouldn't have gotten here without Big Jim, eh?"
Just spot me like 5 platinum.
Do an old friend a favor, Birdie. Come on.
Come on, Birdie, be a good boy. Every time I hear Big Jim or Old Jim, all I see is Jim Justice in my head. It's identical. Maybe like a gold tooth right there or something.
I know he doesn't have one too.
Same dog, whole thing. Yeah.
Gross.
That's totally gross.
Oh, baby dog.
I'd like to say bye to Solvig before we leave, but I might just like leave a message with someone since he's in conversation.
It's easy enough to pull him aside briefly.
Because Brina has great tact like that.
Yeah, I'm super wise and charismatic, so I'm pretty sure I knocked that out of the park. I go.
From the doorway.
Just like 3 people in there. It's not even, they're not even talking. I love this character.
1 second. Okay, and this, I think. Oh, wow, okay. Okay, so yes, eventually, Ice Raking reappears, and he has a large haversack kind of strapped to his back. It's got like a bedroll hanging from it, and a couple bits of supplies. You see like some fur.
Does he
fur-covered
question why none of us
tools.
don't have bedrolls?
Yeah. As he kind of joins you all, he's got like his gear, and he's stumping his hammer along the ground. Kind of looks over all of you, and
Where are your supplies? We will be gone several days. 4 or 5 to reach the sound.
I have a magic bag.
yeah, and I've got magic accommodation, so we just kind of
I'm grown spoiled.
yeah.
For cold at night, something has gone really wrong.
That did happen to us one time up here.
We went really wrong.
That was rough, yeah. We've gotten better since then, so won't happen
Right.
again.
Again, yeah.
Well,
If we're cold, we're probably dead.
We'll show you this evening. It's fine. It's fine.
Very well. Follow me.
And he starts to head out.
Sounds good.
So, on
Just to
this,
be
the
clear.
first day, huh?
We're going to what sound to do what?
You are being led to Frost Gorge Sound. The sound being like a big body of water.
Well, I got that, but like, why are we going there?
Because floating in Frost Gorge Sound is the giant iceberg sanctuary, Honor of the Waves.
Oh, are they just sending us to go free it? It's just us.
That's us.
This is your trial.
Right.
They were run out of their sanctuary. They had to flee and abandon it when the dragon's forces like captured it. They lost their claw and their voice, who stayed behind so that they could all escape. Many of them died in the mountains as they fled south, and eventually they founded this sanctuary. And the few of them that are left are not able to go back and take it. You know, they weren't able to hold it in the first place. So this is their test. If you're as strong as they say you are, if you can clear this place out, then the pact really must be something.
So Ice Raking.
Just us?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Welcome to
baby.
D&D.
It's the whole town and the bell tower and all that good stuff. And
Maybe Drakar's there.
Drakar, yeah.
Who knows?
He's not there. It's fine.
Ice Raking. You know, this is a question that had never really occurred to me. But the Honor of the Waves is in the Sound, which is a body of water. How do we? Is there like boats up there or like a ferry?
Not to my knowledge.
How do you get over there?
When we fled, we had to swim for our lives.
Oh no, that won't work. Mm-mm.
Many perished in the cold water. I do not
Yeah.
know if the sanctuary is crashed or beached on the ice, or if it is floating
Huh.
free still. We'll find out when we arrive.
We do have a
could
boat
fly
if we
a couple
need
of
it.
us across.
so-
Oh shit, we have a fucking boat.
And I know how to sail a boat, so we could, you know,
Hey.
we don't want to
Wow.
attack any creatures, like have to
Thank
fight, but we
goodness.
could get across the water.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds great.
See,
Never get to use that boat. This would be really nice.
you
This
can't.
would be a good opportunity.
And you're not good with people, but you do have a boat, and so that's pretty good.
Thanks, Brina.
You're welcome. I
Have a
don't.
positive outlook on life.
You say you have a boat, and Ice Raking is just like,
It's a whole magic thing. You'll get used to
Right.
it.
Yeah.
Khaled just reaches into the bag and kind of pulls things out. It's pretty cool.
I can see why they told us not to judge you by your appearance.
Yeah, honestly, it's fair if you did,
A little judge, yeah, I wouldn't be offended.
and like you're not far off.
There
But
seems to be much more to you than meets the eye.
Yeah, people look at me and
Compartments.
yeah, it gets worse the more you look.
I do transform into something scarier.
Yeah,
and
but
I actually can push over very big things. So
Sure.
anybody who says that he can't is lying.
I saw him push over a chair.
little on that.
Brody's gonna have to demonstrate for you later.
I don't
Yeah.
think I have the boat box.
It's not in the bag of holding?
I don't. It's not in my
Yeah.
inventory. I don't think
Let
I
me see if
had
it's
it.
in my
don't-
inventory.
God
in
damn.
Leave the boat at
the list
home.
of shit sitting in the manor.
Y'all didn't bring the boat to the fucking tundra? Like where?
The
Does
boat.
it have a
party?
name?
think
it's just boat
folding
box?
boat. I think it's called the folding boat.
See, I thought it was a
Folding
D&D
boat.
item.
Is it
It
boat
is.
box the one with Sandra Bullock, or is that
Bird box.
funny?
I liked it. I like because they're in a boat a lot of the
Because
fucking
they're
time.
in a boat.
Yeah, it's just called folding boat.
I can't say I've seen the movie, but I watched a recap on it.
It's fine. It's not.
That's all I needed. Was
Yeah. It's a boat. There's
Well,
birds.
Brina, my confidence is back down.
God damn it, Galatar. All right.
I mean, I thought it was in the thing. I thought that this was.
Is it,
Alright,
is it
we'll
in
work
the
on
list of stuff in the manor? On your inventory?
Not
Who has a
mine.
list of the stuff
It's
in
not
the
on the list of
manor?
my stuff in the manor either.
I thought
Did we ever put it
Galatar
in our
had it.
I
inventory?
thought Galatar had it too.
Maybe we just
don't
never
know.
put it in the inventory to begin with. That might have been the problem because I thought it went straight into the bag of holding. That might be on me.
I don't know.
I thought you took it sailing.
Yeah, I thought you took.
I
it
did one
too,
time. I
too.
thought I gave it back. I don't know. If I had it, then I think I would still have it. Because I do have a proficiency with sailing and I never get to use it because we're always landlocked.
It's also not huge, so.
Yeah, it's just a little.
Oh yeah, it
box.
folds down to a tiny little box.
Well,
And I'm way under my weight
12
capacity.
inches long. Yeah. Weighs 4 pounds.
Ooh.
The last note I have on it really is you identified it, and then we talked about using it to retake Skull Island.
Yeah,
that sounds
I
about right.
forgot.
I think Galley has it.
I think I just never put it in my inventory for any reason.
He said, let's use this shitty boat to retake an island.
Yeah,
Well, to be
yeah.
fair, we're kind of doing that now.
To be fair, my plan would have worked as well as could be expected. We would have died.
Well,
That's
it's
fine.
gonna work
If you're
now.
wearing a backpack, and if you want to say it's in there, I'll allow it.
Yeah, I've got my backpack on, so yeah, that's okay.
So you kick up a bit of conversation, and as the day wears on, you find yourself climbing into a low range of hills at the foot of steeper snow-covered peaks that kind of stretch from east to west across your vision. A few hours pass as you climb through gently sloping trails before suddenly you come across this narrow ravine that falls away to the east to your right. You can see about 40 feet below you, there are several large skeletons lying cloaked in snow-covered weeds and pale fungus, what look like maybe tattered hides, and there are several long, rotten clubs that are about 5 feet long, kind of scattered among them. But yeah, they're
Looks
sort of
like
down at the
Kodan.
bottom of this. You're not quite sure. They're about 40 feet away, so it's hard to tell. They're kind of covered with a fine layer of snow.
Mm.
Well, I'm
If
not
anyone
gonna
wants to
go
pop
there.
down, I can have them fly.
Nope.
it's 40 feet away, right?
I
Yeah,
could send
down steep
Ebu if
ravine.
you want to save
Oh,
your spells.
steep ravine.
I'm not gonna go intervene. It's fine.
I have some crampons.
You have what?
Crampons?
I mean, if you really feel like you need some extra safety,
I mean, yeah, if that's what you need, Ben.
we are being really active.
I'm not due for like a week or so, so I don't think it'll be a problem. You're welcome to use it. I don't judge.
It's the word, guys. All right.
Open puncture wounds.
Yeah.
So let me get the picture. They're like
You are the
we're
group healer.
walking and down like a steep ravine.
Yeah.
There are these like
Yeah, you're on a trail, and like
Right.
off to the right, the landscape kind of breaks into this deep, steep ravine, and about 40 feet below you, at the corner, like the end of this ravine, this pile of skeletons.
Ice Raking. You ever passed? Like, have you ever walked this road before or this trail?
I have been this way once or twice.
Is that like those skeletons like a recent addition or?
And it looks over.
They were not here last time I saw this ravine.
Oh, how long ago was that?
A little more than a year ago.
Hmm.
Okay, so,
Hmm. I can send Ebu down to check it out if you want to save your spell, Alexa. But if somebody wants to fly down, that's cool. too.
Covered in snow.
I
it
can
looks like they've been there
float
for a
down
while.
there.
Oh yeah, do your little floating thing.
I forget you're wearing that.
what is she wearing?
The
Lets me
Marsat
levitate.
mantle.
Paula
It's
has
this
no
shiny
Oh,
golden
oh, oh,
chest
oh.
plate with like translucent streamers out the back, and she's constantly floating like 3 inches off the
Ugh.
ground.
No wonder
Yeah.
you passed me so easily on our way to ice raking.
Hmm.
Cheater.
I think even with both legs cut off, Colin would still be.
All right, let's not be hurtful.
But it lets you levitate, right?
Yeah, I can cast levitate at will.
Are you going down?
Do we really want to see what's down there?
I'm fine. I
I-
don't think.
I mean, I'm
if
curious
we're
for
down
curious'
there-
sake.
I'm curious because, like, whatever left those bodies might be somewhere around here.
I'm also curious because it wouldn't hurt to know who was here, if these were just explorers or if they were like some of Jormag's servants.
What kind of bones can we tell from here?
Far away. They're big though.
Hmm.
Like from a big creature type of thing? Or...
Bigger than you, bigger than a Norn.
But not necessarily bigger than the Coda.
Not necessarily. Kind of hard to tell.
They're big anyway, just monstrous.
They are.
Yeah. I don't
What
know.
if we just throw a rock down there? See what happens.
Yeah, couldn't
I
hurt.
Yeah, why
love that
not?
plan, man.
Science experiment, I'm all aboard.
Galatar, you have any
I
rocks?
can also
No, but I
teleport.
no, I already gave away all the business cards you gave me.
Hey,
That
can
wouldn't
I-
work.
I can
Throw-
teleport down if we really want to just have
I'll-
someone just.
I'll
Ice
throw a
Raking
ball
just
bearing.
raises his eyebrow at you.
I'll continue up the path. Just join me when you're through.
We've got the
Walk
process.
out.
We
Yeah, I
might be
throw a
able
ball
to.
bearing. See
Throw a
what
ball bearing.
happens. Yeah.
Cause an avalanche.
You hear it clatter to the bottom. Nothing happens.
Okay.
Those
I'll
disappear.
cast levitate, I guess, and go down.
I float over to the steep edge of the ravine and cast the spell. Move yourself, leaning down like with your claws, push yourself out over the edge, and then hand over hand, kind of push yourself down. And as you reach the bottom, you turn. You can see it looks like these creatures definitely fell from a great height. That much is evident.
Mm.
They seem to have been here for a little while. Make a survival check. 23. So looking at them, especially around the jaw, the way their teeth are shaped and the thick brow ridges, you've seen these creatures fleshed before. These are Jotun skeletons. Seems like these have been dead for several months, probably 4 or 5. It's a little weird because it's cold up here, but as you closely investigate them, you do notice that several bones have been gnawed on and broken to get at the marrow inside.
Okay, can I tell what did that? Something normal size, regular animal, or something huge?
Make a nature check. I will say with survival, you notice that these are large teeth marks. This was not something human-sized or even char-sized. 21. You've spent a bit of time in the Shiverpeaks. You've protected caravans for a little while after your escape from the Flame Legion. You've never seen one of these creatures, but you've heard tale of them harassing caravans, and even the stoutest Norn guards are concerned with ice trolls in the high passes. And it seems like these Jotun met the worst end of that. Some ice trolls got the better of them and tossed them down here when they were through.
Okay, does it look like there's any like magic items or anything down here interesting?
It's nothing really shiny or well made. All seems
Just
pretty
bones.
crude.
All right, I'll float back up.
You guys watch as Kala digs her claws into the side of this ravine and slowly crawls her way back up, feet just dangling below her. These translucent streamers waving out behind her like underwater seaweed. Eventually, she manages to right herself and she comes floating motionlessly back over towards you all.
So they look like Jotun, and they were killed by ice trolls.
Oh. Okay.
Ice
Do I
Raking.
see any more signs based on Kala's description? Do I see any other signs potentially of like ice trolls having been like recently through here, or is it just like, oh, we see the pile of bones and that's about it?
Make a survival check. Or a perception check.
Well, they are the same. Oh, nuts. I got a 13.
Doesn't look
I
like
need my
it.
plus 10.
There's a bit of fresh
What's
snow.
it good for? If I'm
Yeah.
better roll a 3.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anything came through here recently.
Ice raking. Have you all ever had trouble with ice trolls in this area before?
He's like on up the pathways. You see him
Yeah, he
kinda
left
stop
us in
and
the
turn.
dust.
What?
Well, I'll make my way up towards him and ask.
Yeah, then that
I'm
calls back to
obsessed
the
with
group.
him.
Yeah.
This is my new
Yes.
dad.
Catch up and start talking to him.
There are trolls in these hills, yes. We encounter them sometimes, but I believe we've left a bad enough taste in their mouths to discourage their harassing kodan groups. And he sort of hefts his icy maul a bit.
Right. Cool. Great.
Yeah. So.
I mean, I
cool.
can't say I wouldn't want to have a little fun with them. Have a little
I
fun.
mean, I would enjoy some action.
You guys continue on up the path. Eventually, as the sun begins to lower, Ice Raking tells you it's a good time to look for camp. He finds you a space kind of high up in these hills with a pretty good panoramic view of the valley behind you to the south. You can just barely see in the distance the pale shimmer of the lake where Song of Final Exile resides. At this site, an enormous tree has fallen over and lies kind of half buried in the ground, forming a very nice protective barrier on one side of the camp. A good windbreak, if nothing else. You guys go about making camp. You see Ice Raking starts to gather some firewood, and he's starting to pick things up around the periphery.
Stop him and be like, I don't think you're going to need to do that unless you want to rough it.
You can save your time if you want and just come into the magical accommodations with us. I can make room for you.
I suppose. Let's see what you have.
Sure, just give me a couple of minutes, and I'll take out my little miniature carved portal from stone, my tiny castle made out of wood, my tiny little silver bell, and set them down and create a little 5-foot by 10-foot door that leads to a large mansion, which I guess I've never actually really described.
The big reveal.
Yeah, so it's got a main hall that when you go in is like 40 feet by 20 feet and kind of looks like the I guess dining room at Hogwarts. Like it's got like little things and the stars and stuff in the sky and like little candle lights and things. When you first walk in, there is immediately a little foyer where you can like put your shoes and things like that or take off your coats. Then when you head into the main hall, immediately to your right, there is a portrait of Kitri in like a grassy field back with other Solvari. And beyond that little portrait, if you open it up, is Kitri's bedroom. And then to the left is Brina's portrait of her with her family. Then to the left, so just past Brina's picture, on the left-hand side, there are two separate doors. One that leads to the bath for the men and one that leads to the bath for the women.
Why do we have separated baths?
Well, there's just a curtain between, so if you want to pull it back, you can. But I wanted to give people the option of privacy, should they prefer it.
I'm peeping on Birdie
It's
the
just
whole
a bathroom.
time.
Why are you all? Why?
I get it.
I mean, you know.
I mean, we regularly go to the bathhouse together.
Hey, look, I
need
just
all
wanted you
of
to be
your
comfortable.
It's fine.
Galatar,
you
this
have these
body
looks,
shame
it's
you
like-
have, we really need to work on.
Everybody
Well, I mean,
always wants a
you
peek,
see my
you know?
physique. I can't push anything over. It's
Humans
been a
are
hard day for me.
crazy.
Neither can Birdie, but you see, he flaunts it all the time.
Well, he does do a lot of flaunting of different things, yeah. Also to the right, just past Kitori's room, you'll find our training room, which has a couple of like practice dummies, some different weapons and things you can use. Just up past that, on kind of the far right end of the main hall, is the kitchen. And you'll see little spectral servants of like knights and things like that, and little horses that they're riding on, carrying around food, serving it on the dining hall. You can also have that food brought to your room if you would prefer. At the back end of the dining hall are two more portraits. On the right is Colors. Color stands victoriously among a bunch of defeated enemies, with like their swords and things being like picked up by her on one arm. And then on the left-hand side is Bertie, who is performing at the concert while people just look at him in astonishment and worship. At the end of the hall, you will see there was a staircase on either side that rounds up and leading to a large door. This takes you back to the library, which is also 40 feet wide by 20 feet long, and is basically just covered in books and desks. It's basically my fantasy. And then there is a little loft in there in case you would like some like private reading nook. And then on the left-hand side of the room is Alexa's portrait, which features her in a laboratory creating a like mechanical creation, a little bot. And then on the right-hand side is a picture of me with Elise and my family. So yeah, those are your basic rooms. Inside of your rooms, just real quick, Borina, you've got a large bed covered in warm furs with a fireplace. You also have workout stuff. You've also got 3 bean bags as requested, and a wall of curio cabinets filled with shells and other oddities. And you also have a resting spot for your little droid, so that if he comes along with us, you can have a place to put him.
Brina jumps on everything bag.
Kitri, your room has a lavish bed made of woven plant fibers, a big cozy dog bed for Biscuit right beside it, a large bedside table filled with snacks as you requested. I put in a variety of snacks from the different places we visited. And you also have the large wine rack that you requested with vintages from mostly Divinity's Reach, because that's what I'm familiar with, but I tried to put a couple other things in there as well. And then you've also got all of your walls covered with shelves of plants, just hanging shelves filled with a variety of different kinds of plants. And then lastly, have a large woodworking bench on the far end of your room that has a bunch of tools kind of held up on like a corkboard type of thing behind it so that you can do woodworking as you would like. Bertie, your room is probably the nicest as you requested. Your room is covered in gold fixtures throughout. The mason work for the stone in your room depicts you performing or doing other great acts, so that you can, show off your deeds to anyone who comes in. You have a canopy bed with lavish purple silks and lace that sparkles. And you also have a galore of cushions available to you should you want to put any down and lay on them or do whatever else you would like. And you have your personal bathroom with your CERN toilet and your small tub as requested.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kola, you did not give me much to go on, so I just kind of tried to theorize for you. I put you a little target board so that you can throw knives at it, and it's got like the little rings so that you can score it and stuff, and just, I'm sure you're going to hit a bullseye anyway, but whatever. There are also little pictures of different people's faces and things so that if you're particularly upset with anyone, you can kind of post that on there and, throw a knife at it. There's also your
people's faces.
Well, so I put one of each of ours, but then I also put one of like that Flame Legion guy that we met. And then I tried to put just a couple of like branded creatures or things like that in there so that
one of Quippa?
Oh, I didn't put down Quippa. Next time I create it, I will add one of Quippa. I am so sorry. That obviously is your greatest rival now, and I forgot. Disappointed in myself. Okay.
I feel like a single tear wells up in Tal's eye. This is the nicest thing anyone's ever done.
I was thinking of a tear would come out of Galatar's.
Galatar just like, I
one more
fucked up,
notch
guys.
down.
Yeah, just lower and lower. Self-esteem will at last. You also have your giant beanbag chair you requested. That was actually your only request. You got your large fireplace as well, and a big bed for you with a lot of different blankets and things so that you can be as warm or cozy as you would like. And then I lined your walls with weapon racks. I just put a variety of weapons on there, but I also left you space on an entire wall in case you want to take anything out of the bag of holding, put it up or whatnot, you know, the celebratory and kill. Alexa, your room also doesn't have a lot that I need to go on. So I gave you a little Aceron bed like the one that you have back at home. You also have a comfortable sitting area, again with a fireplace and like a shelf of books. And then most of your room is actually just a very fancy Aceron laboratory. So I put you a bunch of tools that you can use to work on things. So any materials created by this space, you wouldn't be able to take outside with you, but you could use the tools here to take materials you already have and then work on them and take them out. And I also put you in a couple of like service bot things that can help you.
They'd be perfect for working in my backpack. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's very nice. And then my room is just filled with ornate books and arcane materials. So, you know, it's a happy place. But also the bath is heated. So, you know, that's basically it. I can edit anything that you would like. But yeah, welcome home. Or at least to your traveling accommodations.
What about the guest room?
So what I have done for the guest room, or what I guess I will do for the guest room this time, is I can put the cot in the training room with a bed.
Watch as Ice Raking suspiciously looks at this construct in the world and like tries to put his hand through it a couple times and like it's like watching a kid try to get into a cold pool. You know, it's like dipping his toe in just like a little bit at a time, and then eventually like squeezing his bulk through the 5-foot frame. And whoa,
Pretty cool, right?
that is pretty cool.
Well, hopefully not too cool.
Yeah, is there a particular food that you want for dinner, Ice Raking? We can literally have anything made.
Thing? There was... What was it? There was a Norn trader that came through several months ago. Silent Snowfall bought some things from him, I believe. He had a strange dish. It's unlike anything I'd ever had before. Tender and delicious. I think he called it chicken.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
We have
chicken's
some
good.
of that.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can chicken.
absolutely. I can do an entire buffet of chicken.
Was it prepared in a special way? Was it just
Yeah, did he have
Raw
it in
chicken.
nuggets? Nuggets are pretty popular.
He was
I do like the tenders.
a rather skilled cook. He seasoned it in some sort of spice and heated it in a pan, much the way we do fish.
Yeah.
Fried
It was
chicken.
quite good.
Mm.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
sure.
used flour and oil to make it
Oh, he
crunchy on
breaded
the
it.
outside.
Yeah,
Really go for some fried chicken.
yeah,
Was
we
it
can
with like
absolutely
a
have fried
wet
chicken.
sauce on the outside?
Can I get some deep fried
No, but it
cauliflower
was
then?
very
Yeah.
flavorful. A great many spices went into it.
Can
I
you
really
just
should look up his name.
yeah, if you can describe any of the spices, I can recreate it. I've got this handy little pouch here.
Ooh.
Was it Mr. Sanders? Because he always had the best chicken back home.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, he tries.
Stop.
I don't know. This guy Popeye.
The best thing you
He's
get
got
is
some good
like
stuff.
pepper. But aside from that, he just describes flavors in a very inarticulate way.
Mm.
Oh, we're gonna knock your socks off, buddy.
Yeah,
Don't
you should
Bro,
make,
it's probably just salt.
Galator, we should make him make some of the like sweet and sour sauce. I think he'll die if he eats it. Like I don't think he's ever been there before, you know? Like it's gonna be a real journey.
But like
I'll tell you
literally he
what.
might die. You'll probably give him diabetes.
Let's do like an entire test tasting of chicken for him. We'll do chicken in every way we can think of. We'll have a variety of sauces available for everyone. We'll have your honey mustard, your sweet and sour, any of your spicy sauces, your ranch if you're a traditional individual. If you want sort of like an ice cream thing to go with the chicken, I know people that like that. Look, that's real good with your frosty. Anyway,
it takes some time. Like he doesn't know what a lot of those things are.
Yeah.
And as you guys start cooking and talking and producing all of this stuff, the sheer volume of variety and food is so opulent to him. You see like he gets a troubled expression, but then he explains to you like he's having a little crisis of conscience because he's understanding that it's magic, so you didn't actually have to kill this many animals to get the food, because that would really be not in accordance with the balance. So technically, like it's fine, but he's not used to it. So like he's struggling, but he's happy, he's thrilled. No.
It's a while to get used to. For the longest time, I was like, I don't know. This is
Food waste is a problem, but like this isn't wasted food.
It's not usually a problem for Char. We
That's
just
Just as much
there's
as
limitless ale, which Kola also doesn't have a problem with. So, you know, enjoy yourself fully.
On multiple levels, actually.
You do notice that with his meal, Ice Raking just drinks water.
That's a shame.
Party foul.
I would like to see that one.
Can't trust him.
Is a temple.
Yeah, mine was for a minute.
All right, well, you just ate 17 like fried chicken tenders, so honestly, not that much of a temple.
It gives you a strange, like a confused look.
What do you mean? Is there something wrong with chicken?
Oh, those are very unhealthy.
No, chicken's fine. It's,
No, it just
it's
come out
good
It's
for you.
delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, bub.
It's good.
Yeah.
Don't eat it every day. Mix it up.
He looks very disappointed.
You should definitely try lobster at some point if you haven't had
Oh,
it.
we could do lobster tomorrow.
Oh,
Mm.
I know lobster
Yeah.
from the sea floor of the coldest places.
Oh.
It is quite delicious.
You'd probably eat better lobster than us.
Have you ever had a street taco?
What
Well,
about a
the
corn
bun-
dog? Those are
Corn
pretty
dog?
Not my
Girl.
name.
I would fuck up a funnel cake right now.
There are-
Have you ever had like a really good salad?
Uh,
Apples and cheese, and then they put some croutons on there, and they mix it all up.
we
Galatar's
do
like
have-
fervently doing this behind Keytree.
We do have root vegetables here in the north. It can be difficult to get them sometimes if the season is harsh, but yes, my people make
cheesecake.
excellent salad.
Oh, we can do desserts.
That's a fucking 180.
Do you guys ever eat desserts?
Have you
I'm
had a
assuming
Sour
no.
Patch Kid?
He describes
It killed me.
like he's had sugar.
How much culture
from,
shock do you
from,
want?
from the Norn traders.
Okay.
But like he takes a minute to kind of understand what you mean by dessert, because typically they just eat their meal,
Mm.
and that's it. It's more survival than culinary delight.
So basically, we're just living off magical privilege, is what you're trying to.
Well, just the
I
way
mean,
it is in the
look
North.
around.
We're the
variety-
Kid
Kid
people.
is
He
fucking
gets to talk to you
Amish, and
guys
he's
for
gonna
a
come to
while.
the civilization now.
Yeah, you guys gather that
Drinking
Kodan
them.
society, they basically just have what is available in the north, which is
Drinking
in this
Kodan.
climate, it's hard to grow. They mostly eat fish, like seal, whale, and ocean-growing creatures. But now that they're far from the ocean, it's been kind of a rough adjustment. They can still fish in the lake, you know, and there's plenty there. Dolyak, there are some mountain creatures, you know, elk and deer. They're largely carnivores, but they do have places where they can grow like lettuce and carrots and potatoes and stuff like that.
So you all are like a full keto culture. That's great. You know,
That's a
I've been
good
doing keto for a little while now. I don't think the chicken tenders are quite keto, but you know, I'm sure your system will handle it fine.
Yeah, you
And if it
can
doesn't,
only
we
wake up in the
got-
middle
that's
of the
true.
night.
on the desserts if you don't usually have milk.
Yeah, you have to like poop weird
Yeah.
for.
You have milk.
Oh,
Tomorrow's travel is going to be at half speed.
This guy comes into our home for one night, just like
We send him home with IBS for the rest of his
it's absolutely ruined.
Once you see the face of God, baby, you can't go back. You have that many chicken tendies? Mm-hmm.
Honestly.
They have milk. They're adult yaks. They can milk.
I feel like Kala says that because she's lactose intolerant. If she's like, nah, don't have the milk.
Ice cream's overrated.
Also, if you want alcohol that lets you keep your body as a temple, we actually have avocado tequila.
Fuck.
Oh, that
It's
sounds-
very healthy. It's like, very good. Won't interfere with your ability to function.
He gets a little bashful, and he just says,
Actually, the Norn trader did have one other item.
Oh,
The claw. The previous claw, before he fell, purchased an unusual spice, and the Norn told us we could mix it with Dolyak milk over a hot stove. It was a brown powder imported from southern climates. He called it cocoa.
It's fucking Yoo-hoo.
good too.
Ah,
It was delightful.
Did he
Oh,
also have like the little white things to put in the cocoa?
Not that I recall.
Those are very good.
fuck.
and now I do want some hot
Oh,
chocolate.
baby.
Yeah, we can have hot
I
chocolate.
may be making hot cocoa when this is over.
I mean,
Yeah.
same.
Ice Raking.
sounds so
even
good.
though it's like
Happy.
100 degrees here.
Is it
Yeah.
really?
It's
fucking
90.
unbearably
It's
hot
like
right now.
50 here today.
It's
I
miserable.
think it's gonna get
55
cool again,
degrees?
but no, it was like 95 yesterday when I came home.
No, it sucks.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah,
And now you
it's
want
hot
to
as
make
shit.
hot chocolate?
I
Yes.
might, because the air conditioner's on, so it feels good in here. And now I'm
It
craving
always feels so much colder in your house in the summer though, because of the air conditioner. Like I find myself wanting
Yeah.
to wear a blanket more in the summer than I do in the winter. Ugh.
I don't have central AC, so I'm just fucking hoping for the best out here. Anyway,
I'm in my basement. It's
Anyway.
fucking cold down here.
So yeah, you guys have a delightful culinary exploration for dinner and a little bit of hot cocoa for dessert, and he is delighted. Yeah, he really kind of loosens up a little bit, and it is a pleasant evening at the end of a long day. Like you guys worked hard to get up in these hills, and yeah,
Honestly, losing out on the claw thing might be the best thing that's ever happened to him.
Right.
He would not
honestly,
be getting this full
the
chicken
thought
spread.
probably crosses his mind.
it's not bad.
Like maybe this is the path
Yeah.
I was meant to walk.
Learned humility,
It's a
got
sign.
chicken. You can
Right? This is your reward, buddy.
The wonders of Coda are many and strange.
Oh
Fried chicken
gosh.
and hot cocoa.
Magic chicken.
Fucking cheap.
We can
Galatar,
have whatever you.
did you ever show us what your room looked like?
Oh, I mean, I just described it. I didn't really show it.
Oh, okay. Is it the
It's
one?
just
with
got.
I thought we had a
Huh?
secondary library.
I mean, my room could be a secondary library, I guess. It's got its own books. Most of them are arcane though, and I didn't put them in the main room because I figured you all would find them really dumb.
Just beyond my area of expertise.
There is a great romance section though in the main library. I mean, I'm just saying, I've read a few really good romances.
No, but they're
Highly recommend.
Okay. Just send them my way.
I will.
Galatar
Not
Yeah.
counting the
promised to go
parchments
be a
under his
smart
mattress.
book.
Galatar also watches Hallmark movies.
Oh gosh. You have Task Love? I love that one.
It's a great book. Little kinky in the middle.
Write them
A
out.
little.
Yeah. You got the experiment. Anyway, so yeah, there are baths if anyone would like to rest after the food or
I had a bath
bathe.
this week.
Yeah.
That is a thing that one can do that infrequently. I'll leave this one to Bertie. I'm sure he has more to say than I ever will.
I
do you want to see the bathhouse? Ice Raking? It's pretty cool. It's like a big pool, I guess. And there's probably soap.
Oh, it's warm water. Which
I was gonna
probably
say,
don't
yeah,
get
but
to use
you-
that
Like a
often.
warm
Do
lake.
Kodan take
Bathes?
water baths?
Sometimes.
Oh, okay.
It's usually enough to brush off with some snow.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But it's been a sweaty climb. I could use a good soak.
Yeah, there are a variety of scented
What?
soaps available as well. And there are these little jet things that send water out onto you if you're laying near the edge. It's very nice.
Little unseen servants in the corner going,
Yeah, it's like you just like the little trumpet. It's like it's
yeah,
the
it's like
trumpeter.
blowing into a
Oh
little
my
brass trumpet into the
God.
water.
Absolutely.
That's wild.
That's too fucking much. I think that beats anything Scanlan did to those poor servants.
I don't know.
Agree.
Scanlan fucked those guys up.
Those servants had to do some shit.
They kind of did, I guess.
They saw some things.
A lot of them got killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Violent.
Once the meal is over and it's getting close to bedtime, Ice Raking makes his way across to the baths.
Perfect. And let us know if there's anything else you need tonight. This lasts for 24 hours, so I mean, we can sleep in a little bit. We can get up early. Doesn't matter. Just let me know if you need anything, or ask one of the servants here. They don't really talk back, but they'll understand what you say.
Your hospitality is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a little shocking when I left the north and, joined these bozos and get to, I don't know, take bubble baths and stuff, but great risk, great reward, man. And if I learned one thing in my time with these groups, it's that you gotta treat yourself a little bit. So enjoy the bubbles in the bath, in the marshmallow.
He's trying to parse some of what you just said.
Rita's working on her lingo.
It has been a great honor to travel with you wonderful bozos.
Turns around and walks into the bath. You can hear like the clang of his belt and some of his armor as he's taking off the shoulder bits and his gauntlets, putting them on
While
the
he's in the
ground.
bath, I'll have the servants like scrub down his armor so that gets clean too. So it's not like you bathe and then put back on your dirty underwear immediately. Yeah,
I like that guy.
he's good
We
people.
made the right call, but I like that guy.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm
He's the
kind of
guy
glad
we
he's
wanna
with
take
us,
with us.
on this
Yeah.
trip, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would not have been this fun on this trip.
Yeah, this guy knows
I
that.
will say as y'all sit there talking, you hear, oh, from across the hall.
All right. Well, I'm going to use my private bath. I think. Y'all have fun in there, I guess.
Bye, Bartha. You get to sleep now. I don't think I need to rinse off just yet.
What? Well,
You can go in there too.
Right,
also-
we'll be dirty tomorrow.
We won't need
Yeah.
to set a watch here because I can make the door invisible so that nobody will bother us.
nice.
Okay.
We can just sleep.
Rena gets her a copy of Tusk Love and curls up in one of her bean bags. And frankly, that's what I'd like to do this evening too. The
Have
good.
a nice glass of cocoa.
Mhm.
Yeah. You guys take a long rest. Do you set a watch or do you all stay inside the manor?
Yeah, stay inside.
I'll say we stay.
Yes, stay inside.
And I'll make the portal invisible so that no creatures can see the doorway.
Yeah, simple enough. You guys pass a long, luxurious rest without interruption. You wake up and the manor lasts for 24 hours, so there's a delicious breakfast. And you get off to a nice start the next morning. I will say, as you exit, you find a great many tiny prints in the snow just outside the door to the manor. And between Kala and Keytree, as you guys are looking around, you can identify them as badger tracks. It seems a badger came through camp in the night.
That's funny. We would have fucked that badger up.
Intruder.
I cast magic missile into the darkness.
That poor badger.
Yeah,
Prismatic spray.
Banished.
Wow.
Oh no.
God, I'd love to send that fucking badger to the Nine Hells.
Do the badger prints seem like it was looking for the door? Or do they seem like the random prints of a
between
regular
your
badger?
survival and Keetree's and your experience in the woods, it just wandered through camp.
Okay.
It's not that it
didn't,
came
like,
to the door.
bonk
It
into
just
the
Okay.
door and then be real
kind of wandered around. You
confused.
could tell it kind of followed your tracks a little bit, like it was probably following your scent, but then it fucked off.
Right, then it lost it.
It's probably a very confused badger wandering around these mountains. So on your
Yes,
second
swear to God, I smell chicken.
on your second day of your journey, you start making your way higher into the hills, and the path becomes more rugged. Tall, snow-laden trees close in around you, and they begin to block your vision, except for the narrow strip of cloudy gray sky overhead. About midday, you catch a distant rumble of thunder. A cold wind begins to blow, and you get the damp scent of rain. Other than that, nothing untoward happens. And as the light begins to fail, Ice Raking tells you that it's getting close to sundown. And out of habit, he's still looking for a physical place to stay, and he directs you to the ruins of a Norn homestead lying cold and silent in a small, secluded dell sheltered from the wind about 200 yards off the road.
We should be safe here for the night, unless you'll conjure your magical resting place again.
Oh yeah, I can do that every night. It's not a problem.
It's an old Norn homestead, long abandoned.
But it's smart to like do it somewhere out of sight that's also safe, just in case. It's a good plan. Then I'll make the little mansion, and this time his room will be much more furnished. The training room won't just be his room with a giant bed.
I'd like to traipse around the ruins. Just
Sure.
look around.
You take a couple minutes, look around. The light's failing, but it's not gone yet, and it's basically the familiar outline. Most Norn homesteads have a sort of general layout, and you can see where the hearth would have been kind of center mass just inside the front door, a large kind of family area, and off to the sides, the spaces where beds would have been. Probably a couple of long timbers left from the bed frames, a couple of busted casks or barrels, and like the little iron bindings fallen apart and kind of rusted on the ground. But other than that, nothing in particular.
Sounds good.
I'm assuming this night in the mansion, also no watch outside.
I'll again make sure I close the portal too, so that's invisible.
Okay. The third day dawns, another glorious breakfast. And this time, as you step outside the door, you find that a heavy, chilling blanket of mist has enveloped the mountainside that you are on, limiting visibility to about 20 feet. It's very, very thick and cold, but you have cold weather gear. Some of you are used to that sort of temperature. Yeah, some of you are miserable, but you do have cold weather gear, so it is unpleasant, but you are safe.
I'll ask him about how close are we today, Ice?
We just call him Ice.
I
Please.
did. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I like the
Alexa-
shortening.
Alexa
So
doesn't
familiar.
like.
Now that he's a man of culture.
Just quick.
He turns to
Alexa
you
might have
and
found herself a man.
he gives you like a little grin, little toothy grin, and he says,
This is the third day. If everything goes well, we should reach the high places today. You will need to travel tomorrow, and then the following day we should arrive at the sound.
Okay. Is there
That's a
anything we
confusing
should
way to say 3.
be on the lookout for, like in the mist or as we reach the higher places? Any creatures or things that you've experienced that we should be prepared for?
There are a great many dangerous creatures,
That's bad.
many predators in the high places. Fortunately, the mist should give us a bit of extra cover today.
Well, that's
If
good.
everything goes well, any hunting predators won't be able to see or hear us.
Great. We also wouldn't be able to see or hear them though. So
This is
Well,
very
they
true.
might hear us. We're pretty loud.
I would recommend against shouting and otherwise advertising our presence.
yeah, they'll certainly smell some of us.
Yeah, the smell of perfume carries really far.
It's lavender, which happens to be native to this continent. I'll tell you.
So not
That's
to
a-
this elevation.
Yeah.
Burn.
He kind of
Seems-
says over his shoulder.
Like a
As
problem.
body odor, native to everywhere, Bertie.
That is wholly unnatural, is what I will say.
He begins to lead you further up into the mountains. Late in the morning, though, about 11 in the morning. You know, sun's been up, but it's hard to tell because this mist is so thick. But you finally manage to kind of break through it to a high place, and the mist sort of stretches out almost like you could walk on top of it. And you come across a pair of tall standing stones. Semicircular, like ovals on the outsides, but on the insides, perfectly flat where they face each other. The path you're on passes between them, and as you approach, you can clearly see ancient weathered carvings on the flat faces, circles and lines interconnected in complex patterns.
Is there anything like discernible from the symbols?
Yeah, I absolutely want to investigate these.
You're gonna walk right through them. So I think I have a
Ooh.
picture.
I also want to investigate with my giant brain. My giant stinky brain.
I mean, these might be related to the Norn.
Or
Yes.
something completely different that I'm also super sure
Wait.
about.
Or it's a death trap.
Or it's a death trap.
No more chicken for Ice Raking.
I did create a thing for them.
You know what is gonna suck if Galatar like dies and we just don't have anywhere to
Really cold.
No food, no shelter.
I tried
We'll
to
have
share
water
these on
though.
Foundry,
You
so
will.
You may be able to see them now.
Oh, yeah,
we can
okay.
see it. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're big. This is a kind of
Mhm.
artistic rendering, so it's a little weird, but they're big, tall stones on the inside, these flat sides, which are slightly discolored, like you do see these strange symbols.
So did they look almost like this picture where it looks like they were like one thing that got split in two almost?
As you're looking at these Galatar, this is these are odd. It is a complex illustration. It's not a single image. It's lots of different symbols. It's almost arcane. And as you approach, I did this backwards. Ice Raking says,
These are ancient Jotun monuments from before the collapse of their civilization. I've been told they contain information about the stars and other celestial objects.
and Galatar, if you'd like, or Alexa, if you're proficient in Arcana, you can try to make a check to discern what
Interesting.
these are.
That's an 18 plus 15 for 33.
Oh,
Yeah.
Damn.
Do you think I got a 15?
So Alexa, they bear a striking resemblance to theoretical diagrams of the eternal alchemy, but the configuration is not something that you've seen before. Galatar, as you're looking at these, it takes a minute, but as you guys kind of stop to catch your breath and sort of bend your legs and take a load off for a minute, you take a good couple of minutes to look at this, and you realize that these are part of a divination ritual. It's old magic. You gather that if you take the time to sit between these and focus your will and intent, there are steps you could follow, kind of outlined in the universal language of the arcane, and you can try to expand your awareness out into the cosmos themselves and seek greater wisdom. There is, with a over a 30 roll, you would know that there is an inherent danger to people who do this without sufficiently disciplined minds, but potentially you could glean pretty interesting information.
Then you should probably be wise to use them.
Or should you be smart?
Yeah. Like when I'm thinking in terms of like, keeping your mind together, is that more like wisdom, intelligence?
Let me double check, because you would know.
Because only one of them can I do.
Huh. I actually thought it was charisma, but it's not. It is not your force of will. It is the discipline of your mind. So this would be an intelligence saving throw.
Then I will absolutely, if we have time, do this danger.
I take about an hour. It's an hour-long ritual.
Oof.
So you can take a short rest.
Do you guys think we could take a short rest? I might be able to use this to help us get more information about the dragons, perhaps.
How far along in the day are we? Like, would it? It's not going to put us super duper behind schedule.
It would put us at
No,
noon.
you normally take a short rest, kind of in the middle of the day anway.
Galatar,
Stop and eat.
nice.
If we take a short rest, I can also perhaps directly afterward use my abilities to get more information.
Yeah, perhaps.
Eventually. All right.
I mean,
so
can two people do it at once? Do you know, Gally? Or is it only one?
This would be one person.
Okay.
Seems
That's
like
what I
it's just a
asked.
one person. Yeah.
All right. So you sit down and begin to focus your will and your intent. And Ice Raking takes up a seat and kind of sits on a stone, kind of leaning on his maul, occasionally resting his chin on his hands. He's just watching you.
Mm-hmm.
So as the ritual gets underway, go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay, so it's plus 10. All right, 14 plus 10 for 24.
Okay. So you close your eyes, and as the magic starts to take hold, at first you think it's those weird lights you see sometimes when you close your eyes, like just artifacts of sunlight and other things, but eventually they become more defined. And you feel an uneasy, kind of queasy sensation like you're falling from a great height as you toss and are wheeled through what looks like an endless field of stars. It reminds you of the region in the separate plane that suspended the crucible. And you almost get motion sickness. It's horrible that you're constantly being pulled in different directions. But eventually you find yourself coming to an abrupt and total stop. You are frozen, immobile, in a moment in time and space. An infinite expanse all around you of starry darkness. You can ask up to 5 questions. You get a 1-word answer, and I will.
I'm nervous.
Interesting. It doesn't say I answer with a truthful answer, but it doesn't say that I can choose not to. But You can ask 5 questions. I think they're supposed to be truthful.
They're not. We're gonna be royally screwed. But I get the feeling that it's only gonna be a 1-word answer.
Yeah, well, I would say you get the feeling, but that's what you're getting.
Okay. I have to come up with 5 questions on the spot right now. Oh boy,
Mm.
how tough.
Man, where did you pull this? Like, what
check
is this
yes or check
from?
no.
Or like, is this from a module or is this like straight homebrew? Like,
The spell?
well, okay. So this thing triggers like a spell.
Yeah, it's the spell contact other plane.
Ah,
Cool.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Dang.
So questions.
I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah, that's a very random thing to run into.
Does Elise love me?
A Jotun Oracle Stone.
That's cool. Okay. First question about the dragons. Oh, I know what I'll ask. Is there any way to reverse the or change somebody back who's been transformed by the dragon's power or corrupted? Because we don't know of a way, but I want to know if like it just is possible within the universe.
I would say, because if a 1-word answer would be misleading, I could offer a short phrase.
Okay.
So don't hear it. You don't even really like you've experienced telepathy with Alexa. It's more like you just understand with all of your being. Physically, no. The transformation of the corruption is permanent.
Gotcha. That's one. Okay, what other things we can ask? It's coming so off guard. I don't have any questions on top of my head. Can I ask the group if they have any questions? Is that allowed? Do I have to think up all 5 of these by myself?
No,
Okay.
it's cool. Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions they would like to have asked?
You might ask about like honor of the waves or like anything coming up.
Oh, good question. So I'll ask him, how about if Drakkar is at Honor of the Waves? Or I guess if it's outside of space of time, if Drakkar will be at Honor of the Waves in 2 days from now. I don't know if I can ask that if it's like outside of space and time.
So you are fixed in a moment in space and time.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So you are given to understand it is Drakkar is near the Honor of the Waves.
Mm.
Gotcha. Wonderful. Anybody else have any questions that they would like asked?
See, Mary, your mic is really soft.
Yeah.
I hear you through Chandler's, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear only through the door.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, way better.
Yeah.
I don't know why it was thinking. I don't know. You could ask about the dragons, or like how Silent Snowfall was talking about. The dragons are supposed to be like more of a force of balance. I guess you could ask something like, can they be returned to like their slumber or whatever? I don't know.
How were they like Jormag rose, there was the blizzard, and then he went back to sleep? How do we know how that happened? Do I know how that happened? Cool.
Only that it did.
Okay. Ask
Question.
God.
We know there are 5 dragons, but we only know who 4 of them are, right? Is that
I
right?
believe so.
Ooh.
So I guess who is the 5th dragon?
They're gonna be like, it's Todd.
Or who is the
Like,
dragon
oh.
whose name we don't know? How about that? That's a
Him.
more specific thing.
Jonathan.
Danny boy.
Or Drumoff.
Oh,
Can you type that in chat? I don't trust my spelling on that.
Oof.
Put it in,
That's a great name.
ooh.
oh, wait, no, I'll put it in Zoom.
That just made my tummy hurt. Mordramoth.
Oh shit. Okay.
I didn't think we'd get it.
What a cool freaking name, though. Holy crap.
It's pretty close to Jonathan, but
All right, so we know Zaitan's in Or, Jormag's up north. Is it Calcatoric?
Krakator.
Kraukatoric is somewhere.
Is in the Crystal Desert.
Is in the Crystal Desert. Who's the 4th one that we knew about before?
Primordius.
And that's in the
Oh,
jungle.
Primordius is the fire dragon that's in the earth
Oh, okay.
somewhere that the dwarves fought. Okay, now it's coming back to me. That was a long time
In
ago.
the depths of
Right.
Tyria.
But we don't know where Mordramoth is.
we didn't even know Mordramoth was Mordramoth.
Because the only reason we knew there was a 5th dragon, I think, was from like the stone tablets or something that there was something we came across that mentioned 5.
The Mersat tablets. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, then how about question number 4? Where in the world is Mordramoth?
Carmen San Diego.
There you go.
The Del Taco, now off route 6.
You hear
Southern
a word, and as you take this word into you, you almost feel like your heart skip a beat as you learn the word Maguma.
Oh, that's not good.
What?
Oh.
Maguma?
Good. Maguma
Maguma.
Jungle,
Maguma.
where that's near where the Savari are, right?
It's to the west of Radasum.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
it's
like
closer
in
to my
between
people.
the Grove and Radasum.
The Grove is southeast.
Uh-huh.
Radasum is kind of to the northwest a little
And
bit,
then the
and then the region all west of that is the Maguma Jungle.
yeah,
Okay.
it's a big fucking
Ah.
expanse.
So it's the west of the Maguma Jungle. And it's in the Maguma Jungle. We've been to the Maguma Jungle,
We've
right?
been to the outskirts. At
Well, yeah, we
Radasum.
put our toes.
That was where
in
we
it.
met like the frog people or whatever they were in the Tyrannosaurus
Kinda,
Rex or
yeah,
something.
yeah. It's like the lowlands.
Okay.
We went.
We
So
didn't-
that was the first. We went to the first
Thalmanova.
Thalmanova.
Oh.
So basically, think about it like
that's what it was.
if you think about the desert of New Mexico, you got like
Mhm.
lots of flat land and like the big red mesas.
Yeah.
Imagine that those red mesas are like 300 miles long, and when you get to the top of them, you travel for like 100 miles and you hit the Grand Canyon, and inside the Grand Canyon is the Maguma Jungle.
Sheesh.
Mm.
Actually, a very good description.
Thank you.
Huh.
Radasum is sort of like hovering above a mountain ridge that separates the lower swamplands from the canyonlands. So the Thalmanova is not quite up in it; it's down in the lowlands.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, that
This
jungle
dragon
expanse
is the
bad.
hardest to beat.
Which dragon's the sexiest?
Right. No, that's more important. Which bread dragon do
The
I want
last
to ride?
question?
Yeah, well, I'm very tempted to
why.
use the last question on trying to locate the Eye of Janthier because I really don't want to lose this campaign without killing that son of a bitch.
Oh, but do it to
It
do
could
it.
just be a
Oh,
one-shot thing after the campaign.
Is there just an existential question you want to know? Oh, I'm nervous.
How does the team really?
Dude, yeah,
feel about me?
ask a question about Galatar. What does Galatar want to know?
Galdar's like, does Birdie like me?
Oh, actually, this is something Galatar would want to
Can
know.
Birdie
But you
push
you wouldn't
Kala
actually have
over?
like a one-word answer for this. But I do like. I guess if Galatar didn't have anything else to know, like he doesn't know his birth parents are. But I don't. I figure this isn't something because it was never something written into his backstory. So like, I don't know. But
I would say that this is probably something that a
feels
cosmic
too
entity
complex.
wouldn't know.
It'd be like we
Cosmic
don't.
entity is really slacking these days.
Bro, cosmic
Um,
entity. Come
All
on.
right. Well, if
now.
I can't use that, let's do the Eye of Janthier. I want to know.
Yeah.
How should I phrase this?
Woo!
Hate the eye, where? Because I know the eye is in. What do they call the astral sea? The mist.
The mists.
Does Birdie really think my rocks aren't cool?
Okay.
You could say, will the
How-
eye return in your life?
Oh, but I want to get to it.
Okay.
Can you get to the Eye of Janthier?
What way is there to track the eye of Janthier?
Yeah. Can I? Is that too complex to ask? How can I locate or track the eye of Janthier?
Probably too complicated, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe ask who could locate it?
Oh, who could locate the eye of Janthier?
Poor
Call it a
Jormag.
such idea.
That's a good loophole.
Chris coming in like a master.
The answer may be no one. I don't.
The
DMs.
answer is grandfather.
Right. I mean, the answer
all
has to
along.
just
Yeah.
be truthful, but it doesn't have to be positive.
Yeah.
That's true. It just says you.
You ask who can locate the Eye of Janthier?
Yeah, I guess we don't have any better questions, right? There is nothing that anybody actually
like
needs
it.
asked. Okay. I didn't want to use it if that's somebody needed a real question. But
And this is your thing, man.
Plus, this
You
sets
gotta
up the
ask
one
what
shot.
Galatar would ask.
After the dragons are done, we have to go find the eye of Janthier.
it is my number one goal in this campaign. I will not let us stop until I get to destroy that
Will
thing.
not rest.
Very bitter.
Hopefully, killing it doesn't have any repercussions.
Oh, damn. I should have asked how we get back in contact with old Sheila.
Oh,
Change
ball!
your
Oh.
question if you want.
Well,
I would ask how to
Mm.
kill Quippa, but
The old Sheila one is pretty good
The
though.
answer would be the usual ways.
old Sheila.
Would we prefer old Sheila to the Eye of
I
Janthier?
mean,
I'm up with either. dude.
how much chaos do we need to inject?
I would go old Sheila.
God, I'd pull some cards, but I know better.
Fuck.
Will Birdie pull
Oh.
cards if we do the old Sheila route?
Fuck yes, Birdie will.
I don't
Maybe.
think
I
either
want- I
one
need
of
Alex's
them-
commitment.
line that
So
lost
in
everything.
our other campaign, remember I pulled in old Sheila one
Oh
time,
my
and
god.
somebody ended up drawing like the black card where it's like your soul gets pulled from your body and like banished to a far off place. It was horrible. It was wild.
Well, I know Ryan runs with a modified set.
Have we
too.
seen Sheila in this campaign?
Petrie
Yeah,
saw
he
her one
gave-
time.
Petrie saw her. Okay, yeah.
He gave me, or she gave me the wish that let me
The
You
get
drew the
you
card.
unold.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yes!
All right, so how do we want to do the old Sheila question? Or so how should we frame it?
We're playing with fucking.
I mean, I want to play with a
Again.
lot of fire.
I do
This is
love the
Galatar's
idea of drawing
question.
cards again. though.
Yeah, Galatar, you get to decide, man.
Because cards are always fucking fun.
They're so fun. Fuck. I really want to ask about Sheila, but I feel like Galatar would ask about the Eye of Janthier. Fuck me. Well, I
Roll
guess
dice.
Akitri's gonna try this, right? Akitri said she was gonna try this. Potentially, yes. No.
Try what? The
I didn't
cards?
know I could try
Oh,
it. I was just
Petrie
saying that
already tried
after
it.
we take
Oh, I
after a short rest, I
Oh.
can use my Dreamwalker ability and use Scry, Dream,
that's what you're
or there's a third one. I can use Scry, Dream, or Teleportation Circle.
A special
So-
teleportation.
Yes, it has to be a teleportation. The one we are going to has to be.
Wait, where's my phone? I'm gonna do a coin flip.
Yeah, we haven't slept on this plane, so that it doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, that would actually take me back to the settlement because I slept
the last place I slept on this plane was in the settlement. The rest of you guys, I don't know where you would go.
Yeah, let's know who can locate the Eye of Janthia. The coin has spoken.
Okay. You hear just one word. Zamoros.
Amoros?
Zamoros.
Zamoros.
I'll put it in chat.
Amoros. Yeah, thank you, Ivory. Oh, Zom. I was hearing a D.
Oh, I had totally
I
heard
heard a
Zamoros.
T and then a D. Yeah. Let me go get my hearing check. Zomor. Does that name ring any bells whatsoever?
Make a history check. With
You got a nat 20 that-
disadvantage.
With disadvantage. Okay, what's my
This
history?
is not
Plus
Crichton
10.
or Escalonian
History is
lore.
plus 10. Here we go. Okay, that's 15 on the first one. So plus 10 is 25. 11, so 21. That's it. It's not super high.
You remember reading about the name Zamoros in a fairy tale from Elona, from the far-off country of Elona that lies to the south of the Crystal Desert. It was one of the stories that you really liked as a kid. It was full of adventures. A nobleman's daughter was taken by the wicked lich Palawa Joko to be part of his harem. But to forestall her fate, she would regale him with fanciful stories that she had heard in her childhood. Fantasy 1001 Nights.
Yep.
And you remember particularly there was a tale with a 21, the tale of Zamoros the Djinn, who could grant wishes to people, if he were so inclined. But he was also a powerful and prideful Djinn, dangerous to deal with.
Gotcha.
But for the right price, Zamoros could provide wondrous things.
What is Zamoros is really, Sheila? Okay. Zamoros the gem. Cool. I will follow up on that then.
That was
Some
Yes.
more Jormag.
That's some good pieces of info.
good. I love a good existential conversation with the deity.
Awesome.
It's like, hello.
Although the Drakkar thing is a little sad. I really did not want to have to deal with him.
I
I
figured.
think we were. Obviously, he was going there. He's underground.
I am excited.
Yeah, but he
If
just
you have
seems
to fuck with
hard to beat.
Icebrood Claw, Icebrood Voice, and Drakkar, we're gonna have to buckle in, kids.
Also,
Hey,
I'm
we've
sorry, I
got-
tried real hard to save Brina's brother. It is not working so far.
Who?
Yeah, I think we need to cut that
Trying real hard to
line.
save Halvar, but the spirits are not aligning.
Get that wish spell again.
Well, we'll have wish.
Gonna be the only way. Talk to me in
Fine.
3 levels. What level are we?
But like, I always
Yeah,
get
3 levels.
scared. Oh, so close.
What'd you roll?
See if you keep wish or not.
Ooh.
Huh?
Well,
What?
just practice, because
Oh,
I
you're just practicing. for these
practice
things.
because it's always like I roll like shit on a D100.
Stop.
Honestly, though, no better loss of wish than when Sam lost wish
It
in
was pretty
campaign
epic.
1. That was beautiful.
That was pretty epic.
I would not mind losing wish if it occurred like that. All right. Drakkar, Mortimer, Guma Jungle, Zamoros. Cool.
So, the ritual concluded. Galtar has this information.
Yeah, so I guess as soon as he's done, would immediately tell the group. So I've got some additional information that will be useful in the future about the fifth dragon, but I think the most important thing right now is that Drakkar will indeed be a tuner of the waves. So we are absolutely going to have to fight him.
Dragon.
Wait,
gonna ride a dragon.
sorry. Who told you this?
It seemed like I don't know, it's kind of in time and space and like a fixed point and starry expanse, kind of like when we went to Kudu's thing and then you looked out the window and there were stars everywhere. It was a lot like that. And then I just felt that like if I asked questions, there was like images came to mind, or like I just knew it. I don't even know. There weren't even, I just knew it. I don't know.
So
divination's weird.
So sorry, who told you this? Like, this is just like the universe.
Gallagher just sort of looks at you with a straight face and just says,
the rocks.
Coda.
It was the
Coda
rock.
told me.
He
Hold
is
on.
friendly with rocks.
Wow.
Yeah.
True.
Fuck. All right.
Yeah.
While Galatar was having his come to rock Jesus moment, the whole time I was just trying to explain to Ice Raking about like, and there's Ozymandias, and he had the crush on Becky, and the brain guy got him though. It's just going through our journey. With that said, so you did talk to the rock, and the rock said that Drakkar was going to be there. Yeah.
Yeah, the rock god / Coda / whoever you believe in said that Drakkar would be there, and I feel like it was an accurate answer. I mean, I'm not the most insightful individual, so honestly, it's not like I would know. But
Ice Raking just says, the stars are powerful signs. Strange, though. I am impressed you got it to work.
it was very cool. You said this was Jotun? This is
From
not
your
like
ancient kingdom.
I was going to say, it's not like the Jotun we even encountered. Did not seem like this was something they would be able to do.
No longer. Once they were a powerful, flourishing magical empire. But after the last dragon rise, their civilization crumbled, and they vowed never again to use the arcane.
Oh.
That's very sad.
They are but a brutish, solemn shadow of what they once were.
It's
A
actually
great shame.
quite sad.
The arcane is so great.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
The hot chocolate's pretty good.
What is? I'm sorry to have held this up, but I do think that's good information to have.
Yeah.
Was there anything else that you?
Oh, I mean, there are some other big things. I didn't really want to distract us, but like I did learn the name of the fifth dragon and where it's located. And also I figured out a potential way to find the Eye of Genthir.
That was a big conversation with the rock stars.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. The rock stars are very busy people, but they make time for the peasants, I suppose.
Jesus.
Oh, I also did find out that there is not a way to reverse Halvar's corruption. So I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you for asking, though. That was really cool of you to ask. This rock stars. No, it's cool. I kind of figured that we were like, but he's good, and like everybody should have a spiky arm at some point in their life. He just gets one before the rest of his, which honestly he does kind of deserve it though, because he was being a real dick for a while, and if he's got a stupid stinky arm,
He was, but it seems like he's found his way back and he's trying to make amends, and I hate for him to have to suffer from the corruption of a beast that can do such terrible things to one's mind.
yeah, let's just knock on wood that we are not next on the list of, the mind corruption. We're gonna be running into Drakkar, so
That's true.
got to stay sharp, got to be super
Right,
wise.
just do some mind exercises, Brina.
Yeah, come on, hop on in. Told you. Ice
Fun
Raking
miner.
knows I'm the smartest and the wisest of all of us, so I'm really not even worried about it. It's just a big, stupid, scared dragon that ruined my life and my family's, so it should be.
Hey, you're the complete package. You're gonna kick this dragon's ass, and then we're gonna take its head back to Albrecht.
And
Totally.
we're gonna put it in the bar.
Oh, we are
We're
going to put it in
gonna
the bar.
put it in the
Is there a way to
bar.
preserve dragon head, or are we just gonna have to like do the bones? Because I want to be able to
We're gonna
tell
put
the
it in the bar.
dragons apart when they're mounted on the wall.
I want to put it on the
We
roof.
can try to taxidermy it, I guess. I don't.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Then bring out the change for that.
Wonder if we can like kill him in a roar or something, so it looks.
I mean,
super
like it'll be
intimidating.
cold at least here, so we'll have time to figure it out.
That's a
Like
good point too.
decomposition. All right, that was fucked up. So we getting on the road.
Yeah, let's do it.
Anyway, as I was saying, Ozymandias is blah blah.
Oh God.
Oh, did you tell them about the death kiss?
Oh no, not yet. I haven't gotten.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to spoil the ending. Oh,
It's all right.
just like Tusk Club all over again.
I hope Ice Raking is eating it up.
Oh, it's very similar to Tusk Love
Ice
too. It's
Raking is
strange.
very confused.
He's
He's trying to roll with it, but as you could just see, like he at some point he just starts walking.
that's good.
Our effect
You
on
know,
every
he's just
NPC
like
we
nodding his
encounter.
head and
Shut down.
Looking at him, it's less of a
Yeah.
two-way street. Bertie, feel free to chime in.
Nah, this is too entertaining.
This is an actual avalanche.
I will say at this point in the day, you kind of reached into the snow line of the higher peaks, and fortunately, nothing else happens, and you are able, I assume, to cast Magnificent Mansion again. There's not really a favorable place to camp, so with the lack of options around, Ice Raking is very grateful for the extra safety this night.
Yeah, I can do that.
Is there anything anybody wants to do before sleep?
And that's how we ended up here.
I do have a question just about the lake that we're going to encounter. How big is that?
He tells you it's I'm bad with square miles versus like
Like a mile? That
linear
yeah.
miles.
Kilometers.
Yeah, I want to say it's like 100 square miles. It's not a lake, it's a sound. So it's like
Oh, gotcha.
it once in the Dragon's Rose, like there was a lot of tumult and stuff, and part of the land broke away and the sea flooded this region. It has since, I think, been cut off again, but I may be wrong about that, but yeah, it's basically like a big area of ocean between like a barrier island or a barrier island chain and the mainland. So it's just this huge body of water.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think once we get closer, it might be wise. Well, we got to scope it out because I don't know where the iceberg's going to be, but might be wise to spend a little bit of time looking and seeing if any spooky guys are, walking around. Being spooky.
Spoopy.
Yeah.
I'm a
Makes sense.
tactician. Don't worry about it. It's part of my wisdom.
You guys pass another uneventful evening inside the mansion. I will say, Brina, as you dream, toss and turn as flashes of memory continuously play in your mind, recalling the visions you've had in the past. Halvar stealing a sword from a crypt, holding it up and corrupting it so that its orange and yellow flames turned cold and blue. Presenting that sword to Drakkar as he summoned him from the bottom of a frozen lake. Halvar slaying villagers to get the horn that you carry with you now. Your final battle, as you screamed at him and struck at him, trying to knock sense into your brother. You wake up sweating, covered, drenched in sweat, a scream fading from your lips. But eventually you are able to return to sleep, fitful, but good enough. You wake up rested, but could have been better.
I think she'd probably go to the bathhouse middle of the night and wash off some of that sweat. Go back to bed. Smells like roses tomorrow. Fuck off, Brigham.
So, for the sake of brevity, and because it's 6:45, I will say that the 4th day, snow begins to fall in large, heavy flakes that stick to your clothing, requiring several kind of short stops to periodically shake and brush off the gathering crust. You begin to make your way down out of the peaks into the lower passes, and as the evening draws near, you find your path running alongside a small frozen stream. There's a low cliff, and you can find some cover in some nearby rocks, and you pass another night with nothing untoward happening. On the 5th day, you trek doggedly onward as the path moves steadily down through a series of snow-drenched passes, stopping frequently to rest and warm your feet, which are painfully cold despite the clear sky and the bright sunlight. Finally, on this 5th day, as the light begins to fade, you crest a high ridge and find stretching out far below you is the vastness of Frost Gorge Sound, glittering in the late afternoon light. Everything is covered with ice and snow, and you can see the huge icebergs floating in clusters out upon the water. One in particular is truly massive, larger than many Norn villages, and you can just barely make out from this height 2 large ship prows jutting out from its southern edge, and a forest of tall masts, sails and rigging decorating it like quills on a porcupine and just tattered and blowing slightly in the wind. Ice Raking gestures to a small outcropping on the mountainside far below you and says,
There. On that promontory is a shrine to Koda, erected by my people when we first made landfall here. We can camp there tonight, and you can prepare yourselves.
And it takes a bit, it takes about 4 hours to get down there, and the sun is well sunk by the time you get there. But you are able to make camp for the night, and what you don't realize until the next morning, and we can talk about that night either now or next time, but while you rest in the manor on the 5th night, on the first couple of hours of your rest, a brisk wind picks up, bringing a terribly sharp chill from the sound with it. A couple hours go by, and that wind grows into a howling, constant gale force wind that forms a thick rime of frost on one side of the large kodan brazier which makes up part of the shrine. As the night continues, heavy clouds cover the moon and stars, and a thick mix of sleet and snow limits visibility. Not that you're keeping watch. But when you step out of the mansion in the morning, a raging blizzard has fully engulfed the sound. The sound of crashing waves and howling wind is almost deafening.
Uh-oh.
I
Does
will
it have
say,
eyeballs?
you're not going to fight an elder dragon next time, so don't
Okay.
stress about that. It's just,
Sure, he
Yeah.
says.
yeah, not going to throw that at you quite yet.
He's
It
just
won't
here
be
to
next time. It'll
watch.
actually be the following session once all your resources are gone.
Right.
Oh, wouldn't that be sick?
Oh, not sick. Very bad.
Sick as in like sick and twisted.
Yeah. Reverse.
I
I'm
dropped.
sorry, I only know 1 second. It's go. We're bad.
Yeah, you are able
I'm gonna
to
process.
camp at this shrine to Koda overlooking the descent to the sound. And you can kind of see the honor of the wave sitting out there. I think. Do I have thing? Scene. Oops. Why can I not close that? There we go. That's weird. Oh. Nope. Capacity. Ah, yes. Honor of the Waves. I thought I had one. So this is artistic rendering, so it's not accurate to what we're going to do, but this is like a concept art from the game. This is the front of the iceberg.
Oh, cool.
Got like the little shrine, and there's a
Yeah.
tower behind it. The tower has a bell in it. It's a little bigger and further away, and there are buildings clustered all around here. And there's just a big sheet wall of ice behind it, but there are these 2 ship prows in the front.
Gotcha.
It's like a little Shinto shrine.
hmm
That's cool.
Oh, so this building, like the taller building behind the little shrine, is the bell tower.
Yeah, it's behind the shrine,
Gotcha.
taller than that building.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Damn.
And these prows are like frozen
Oh,
in.
And did you say that the iceberg is on the water? It's not like moored or
It
anything?
is not near shore.
We're
Global
gonna be on
warming,
a
man.
boat.
Don't worry, because we have a
Photon.
tiny boat, and I think
It's a
it'll
pretty
do
big
well.
boat.
It can be
Actually, it goes up
multiple
to
sizes.
24 feet, man.
Don't
Yeah.
worry.
Definitely a schooner.
24
Don't-
foot
It
boat.
comfortably
class me.
fits 15 medium creatures and
And
has a
look-
cabin.
When you were in Lion's Arch learning how to sail, did they start with blizzard sailing? Was that first?
It was actually the first thing we covered. Blizzards are
Alright,
very
cool.
common in Lion's Arch.
Good. Glad that we got that squared away. Whoa, this looks fucking gnarly.
So that's more concept art of what a Kodan sanctuary looks like. Like a massive iceberg with the buildings kind of
Oh.
set into the ice and the sails
Fun.
everywhere because that's what kind of
Really
pushes
cool.
the iceberg.
Oh, wow.
Shoo, she.
And there's
Suddenly-
so like
in the feeling for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 people don't seem enough to take that.
They were like, go prove
It's
yourself.
not quite
Don't
that.
die.
The concept artist for the game
It's
Always-
smaller than Claw Island.
always draws everything
Hey.
to like
Funny.
maximum gigantic size.
I mean,
What?
the effect works.
It's gonna be tough.
I think it'll be great.
Gonna be great.
I mean, I'm sure we'll find lots of great magical loot, get killed, somehow get revived. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, do we have Heroes Feast things perchance?
Key tray.
Do you buy another chalice?
Oh,
I
we
think I
have.
have one.
I think
That
you
might
did.
might be an activity we want to pursue. The
You might
next-
want to do
Does
that
Kala
this
have
night.
one in the bag?
Yeah, I have a bowl in the bag of holding. That's
I have a
like
gem
1,000
inlaid
gold.
bowl worth 1,000 GP.
Nice.
Nice.
There we go.
That's the stuff.
Yeah, so you,
Pretty
you could
sure I
either
just
do
bought it.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I'm pretty sure I got it like before we left.
I think so.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys could either do that before you go to bed or when you wake up for breakfast.
I say
Probably a
before
good
we go
idea
to
to do it for
bed.
breakfast.
Just an hour
Oh.
to eat.
Yeah.
I say before
It
bed.
takes
so
up
she
one
can
of
get
my
the slot
higher
back.
spell slots.
Oh, that's right. I
Yeah.
forgot. You need the slot back.
And
Yeah.
it's 24 hours.
That's a good
Yeah.
point.
We'll stop the recording here.
Well, I was gonna say we could we say that's our
Question,
last thing? Is yours?
Is Ice Raking coming with us, or is he like peacing out?
I think he just took us here.
Ice Raking says, with respect, the test is yours to complete. I am not permitted
yeah.
to assist, but I will wait here for your triumphant return.
Yeah, this was a.
Well, that was
How,
really
how long
sweet.
are you gonna wait until you think that we're dead?
Yeah. Just in case.
Just in case.
I think a week would be wise.
Oh no, if we're
Too
not
long.
back in like 10 hours, we're absolutely dead.
Let it
Yeah.
have the
Give you a
week.
couple
You
of
don't know
days.
what could happen, Galatar.
Yeah.
When have we ever been somewhere more than like 10 hours?
She can send you a message.
You just don't know what could happen.
I mean, do you remember that one time with those like little creature things and that was that in the Maguma jungle?
The script.
Yeah.
That was
You
yeah.
guys take a long rest there?
Yeah, we slept there.
Give us at least 48. Should be fine.
I remember we kept trying to sleep and then it kept having not been 24 hours. That's the only thing I remember about
We just
that.
weren't tired enough.
Yeah. We're like, please God, I'm so tired.